Makes sense here. Down to a 2-man now for VP, and that's what you get when you involve yourself early on with some fights here. DN Super's looking for an insta retaliation towards them, but it was Liquid to take the name from Human. Some good driving here.
I don't think that's supposed to do that.
He's waiting for his teammate. Oh, Twisted Minds, this next circle here, pre-driving towards the center, being ready for any potential setup. And it goes north here. Look at all the teams that's going to have to make moves here. Just 4 or 5 teams inside this current circle. Team Liquid is going to be surprised with the amount of space that's open ahead of them. Look at all the priority compounds on that northern side.
Yet another hard shift once again, and again, it's going to favor Team Liquid this time as they make their way in on that north side. As you mentioned, just nothing but miles of space, and they also know that they can expect Virtus Pro or Supers coming in from that northern side. So knowing that the potential threats that'll be coming in from the north side are also pretty good when you're kind of playing from that edge location. As we check in with Shadow Esports, getting a little bit close to Twisted, but it looks like they'll avoid them for the most part. Yeah, after hearing those shots, just trying to make your way into a safer spot.
Yeah, trying to sniff out open space, trying to sniff out if there's any compounds available. And right now, sure, there's one of these center spots here, but it's a 2-2 split for Twisted Minds. And, you know, some of their aggressive teams, if they figure that out, they're going to be able to pull that off. But Twisted Minds does look like to be connecting and going towards each other. Look, Liquid is coming in from the northern side, and shots coming in onto full sense as well.
Yeah, lest we forget that Twisted Minds does have that BRDM. We've seen how important those vehicles can be coming to the late game, and Twisted Minds, one of the teams that knows how to play around them very, very effectively. As we check in with Petrichor Road on that south side, as you mentioned before, whenever the shift did come through, so many teams on the south trying to find their way in. It looks like, for the most part, they've managed to avoid each other for now. Nemesis, really one of the only ones still making their way into Tyloo, very far off to the south. Looks like they're going to wrap around to the west. But overall, looks like teams have kind of found a little spot to play here, although it looks like AGAL may be getting shot at by Liquid, but it's more just forcing them around here.
With this next circle here and how this pseudo river is on that eastern side here, and not that much space is going to be able to be played until we see that next circle pop here. Liquid being very greedy with the amount of space they're taking, especially this western compound is very breachable.
Slightly less greedy than I think they were planning to do, because they had left Alo up towards that revive station up on the northern side, maybe expecting somebody from Virtus Pro or Supers to try to make a run for it, but they will pull him back, instead play that tight 2-2 a little bit closer towards the center.
And especially if you have, you know, top 3 prior compound locked down already and your 4 guys left, I'd rather see them play to be for as long as possible. And especially with this next circle about to pop here, all the teams are coming in from that southern side. They have nobody except for AGL north of them here. So let's see what happens. Virtus Pro, last 2 players in that emergency pickup here, and it's indeed an emergency for them here. They're going across. They're seeing all the cars that's locked down, and potentially some guys are going to be shooting towards them. Maybe it's just a drop for an open space, or even towards a shack to take some of that central location.
This is going to be rough for them as the circle does pop, and fortunately for them, it does donut up right towards the center, a little bit favoring west, but I think Virtus Pro maybe not having a good read on how heavy the south side of this zone might be, and maybe they think they might have spotted something along that riverbed that they can play. They're going to drop 2 down, but unfortunately they're right on top of Petrichor Road, and Corexi will find one, but Ming Ming and I-26 going to go down as Vitality is getting involved as well. Corexi will get spotted though, and he will get taken out. Virtus Pro going out in 16th place.
Yeah, from game 1 with 13 kills to last place in this one. Sure, they got a kill, but yeah, it ended up being them getting that retaliation straight onto them here. Petrichor Road trying to reinforce this position. And on this southern side, oh, look at that. So much space, so much of these open fields being controlled by so many teams. They have each their quadrant locked down already. Melman finds heaven.
Well, having to play these rice fields, these ridges early on, this early on, can't feel great, but important a storm here as NS will steal away heaven. That's another one of the Supers players going down. I think that's Human Deal now left as they'll make their way from the north on that dry river bed. Liquid already in place. They're getting shot at in the backs and from the side by AGAL with a 2-2 split, but Nemesis is coming in here quickly. We'll see if Supers can survive a little bit longer as they get a little water on their tires.
That'll be difficult. They're trying to get anything just to have just slight pause here in this circle here, but everyone is shooting at them. And in a lobby like this, in a competition like this, everyone just hits their shots, even from far away. Lots of pressure being applied to Supers here, and now they found a little space, a few rocks. Oh, Human down to 6 HP. Oh, Luke finds him from Team Liquid.
Oh, Luke just finding that mini right now as they will secure the point as well. And now Deal, the last player left alive for Supers, and he is not in any better position than he was just moments ago as he will retreat back to the rock. I'm actually going to try to send it right in because I think the shots from Geek and AGAL on that eastern side of the river a little bit too much, but Deal going to push right into the midst of Myth.
And if this next circle does not go north, we're going to have an absolute slaughter in those fields. Look how many teams. It's so congested already.
कितना ओपन में ये लेट गया है DNS का तो.
Holding on to just a little bit of an open space. They're going to be able to pop out and put some pressure on. They already got lots of pickaxes going on here. They're going to be mowing.
यहाँ पे fighting edge जो रखी है.
Pressure onto some of these teams that's
Vitality की.
Now let's see, just 10 more seconds, and we're going to see that next circle. We're going to be ending up here. Twisted Mind still aggressive with the space they're controlling too.
Surprising, haven't seen any mortars really come into play yet. Do you maybe hold on to those a little bit longer? Wait for the next circle, maybe.
As you say that, doing it up once again here. Half fields, half a few compounds and space.
बहुत अच्छी लोकेशन ले रखी है Vitality ने.
Holding on to tons of control, and as you talk about it, mortars are coming in.
एक डीप में पूरा उन्होंने होल्ड कर रखा है.
Over, but they're just not finding the mark as the skies have started to light up with these mortars. As soon as that circle popped, Thanadol will get that knock on a Duck Juice. Big game for Gam to start things off, but now they are down to 2, maybe down to 1 here as Duck Juice will get flushed out.
FS की fighting है जो रखी है.
And honestly, around especially the TDM fields and the TDM hill here in the southern side, they have quite the information and control from Full Sense here. They're going to hold out Gam. They're going to have a fight.
FS का थोड़ा सा गड़बड़ हो गया पीछे से भी. बैक से भी उनके अटैक कर रहे हैं उनके ऊपर.
AGL with a big send on that eastern side, but Tulins finds
दो साइड से फंसे हुए हैं.
player here, but more.
Oh, गया. Oh भाई क्या नेड किया इसने भी. बहुत अच्छे नेड, परफेक्ट नेड.
From our defending champions, R8 down to just.
ये अपने मजे में.
Fighting in from that southeastern side, Batulin's right back into that BRDM. Go. Make sure you collect that point. Don't want anybody stealing that away. As we said before, every point so precious here. As Gam will try to send it right through. You see it on your mini map. Chloris and Wong F go right into the teeth of Tai Lu.
He's knocked onto the car, Boro, and it's blown off onto him. So.
अंदर आते पड़ी.
Be confirmed later on. Perfectic finds Wong F and gets flushed immediately by Tab. Meanwhile, it's Mehmet finds Salalsi. Gam Esports
भाई कम कर देंगे उसकी हेल्थ ही कम कर देंगे मुझे तो लग रहा है कर करके. AGL उसने देखा हुआ है. अगर इसका नेट सही पड़ गया तो फिर. अरे यार उसने ध्यान नहीं दिया.
Jump peeking through the smokes, the grenade's going to land. It's
boy.
From Hemas. And now
RPG मार दी उसने.
On the riverside will find the spray window, will finish him off as Hemas just peeks past the smoke. Will reveal himself just enough, but he should be able to survive a little bit longer.
हो जाएगा, रिवाइव हो जाएगा मुझे लग रहा है. अरे क्या हो गया नेट को?
But now Nemesis is starting to make their way down here on the riverbank as well. They could get involved in a third party.
Yeah, I like that. That's a great setup for them potentially to be able to third party this fight. Get some points, steal some knocks away. Now Shen is taking lots of damage from Nemesis here is down to half HP. And Winda is going to have to try to make space, and maybe potentially get this confirmation onto him as the rest did come off. He's low, he's going to have to heal, but they are disengaging just a little bit. They're trying to maintain control of this little crevice that they've held onto. Oh my God, it's a double nade from Winda.
Beautifully placed, beautifully cooked. The discipline to drop two smokes first, and then Winda will find him again. AGAL gets wiped, but Winda will go down to Sosid. Can Shen get that
Oh
revive?
bhai, AGL पूरी wipe out हो गई.
Trying to go over there and defend his teammate.
This is great for Nemesis, great for Deal, but Shen is going to have to go and try to put out some utility, get some smokes deployed. They're not inside this next circle here that starts moving in 30 seconds.
Wipe out हो गई AGL तो पूरी.
All these teams here, Esports World Cup.
Nemesis maybe a little bit distracted here. Weren't able to capitalize off of that knock that they got on the 4AM, so they are able to get Winda back on his feet. And Nemesis will actually regroup. They've got Melman kind of the tip of the spear here. A little bit close. They've got Myth on the other side of the ridge line, but they've got to worry about how they're going to get into zone. As Shen will find Deal, and that's going to do it for Supers. He had to go somewhere. Unfortunately, Deal will go right into 4AM's waiting arms.
Yeah, what a clutch from Winda. Taking down AGL.
Massive.
Big names to take out here. Nemesis, are they too passive for this fight here? Or are they just really aware that this next ridge is just about in and they want a third party and have a bit of a fight here? But Winda was too quick about it. Now Nemesis is opening up, taking lots of damage, putting it onto Shen. Sosit finds him.
देखा उसने देखा.
Or on the other side here, but this is the
But
next
लग रहा
big
दूसरों को
fight
check कर रहा है कि
we're
कहाँ
gonna
पे है
have
बाकी
between
भी.
4AM and Nemesis.
They've got to make their way through the raid boss here. Winda, 7 kills
बाकियों
now
को देखना चाह रहा है
4AM
कहाँ पे
already.
बाकी.
Starting to get that snowball rolling just a little bit. Although they would like to get a little bit more placement here. They're managing to get points through kills and keeping themselves in the conversation, which is all you can really ask for as Nemesis. Try to pull up, do the drive-by, see if they can spot him, but Winda playing a little bit sneaky, not going to matter. Sosid will finish him off. That's 2 kills now for Nemesis.
Surgically perfect for them to do exactly this here. And now they have the space on the eastern side, and now they're going to put pressure on everyone across the road here. Example finds empty. That is R8 out in 11th place, and Twisted Minds continues their onslaught onto this western side of the circle. So much space control. Fulsen's also looking great for that southern side here. We're closing in on the fields. It looks like a fields ending to me here, but look at that northern side, Poro. So many teams about to fight.
But EL के लिए काफी डिफिकल्ट हो गया यहाँ से निकलना. एक तो ब्लू सर्कल भी आ रहा है, ब्लू जोन भी आ रहा है और साथ में सामने टीम भी है उनको. पूरा ध्यान है उनका इन पे. टीम लिक्विड निकली. वो नहीं. ये भी गया. ओ भाई. भाई नेड से ले गए.
Oh my God, what a way to hold on to utility until the time you know
exactly
when another team pulls up.
जरा सा टाइम लगा इनको तो.
Red zone with that amount of nades coming towards Team Liquid, go from 4 to 1 immediately. Sosit finds Scabby. What a way to third party for Nemesis, pulling off onto Myth.
Beautiful timing here for our Nemesis. They catch Myth out a little bit. The mortars are starting to fall through as well, though. Kiss will get the knock on a Melman, and that's going to force Nemesis to pull back a little bit. But Diffix is already across the street. They have to commit to this fight. They've got the smokes laid down. But
भाई नेड से.
Utility left, and Levante is actually going to get the knock on a Diffix. So Nemesis now.
ओ भाई. स्टन मार के जा रहे हैं.
Yeah, outside this new circle here.
स्टन मार के जा रहे हैं.
This fight here, they know Myth is a contender. Nemesis pulled up great.
ओ भाई क्या मारा.
Deeply involved into this third party as
थर्ड पार्टी हुआ.
Struggle to get into this circle.
Just full third
party हो गया इन पे.
Coming from the south side here. Sosa now the last player left alive. Blue tickling his heels. Kiss will get the knock. He will get the flush, and he will take down Nemesis. Myth now down to 3 players, but they probably could have lost a lot more there. Great recovery from them.
Getting a little bit of kills for them. 3 so far. Could have gotten more. Belmont finds Gedrox. A lot of teams fighting for space. And this next circle goes northwest. Twisted Minds are laughing. Their compound they've been holding on to for so long is still inside. And there are sharks in the water with that BRDM. Tyloo holding on to that corner. But so many teams are going to be pressuring from that eastern side here. And they're on the other side. So I see a lot of teams could potentially put some pressure onto them. I don't think they're going to be able to reinforce and hold 3 teams off from that spot that they're currently in here.
Park Pro, the Bush Monster, trying to stay here as long as he could, but it'll be time to move here soon. As Shadow Esports, they were forced wrong. They're right above. EJ will take down one, but will go down in the end as Shadow Esports tries to crash down. Twisted Mind sees all of this happening just uphill, but they've got the compound, they've got the BRDM. They have a direct
GK का एक फंसा हुआ है वहाँ.
There's no reason to get over here and get involved in this just yet, but Myth, they might get involved as they will find the angles. More utility being
ये fight. Oh Myth, oh भाई. ले ऐसी कभी गया. अब ये 1v1. और इसके मुंह पे लेट गया.
What a nade's going to come out from Kamals here. We're down to just 2 players from Shadow. Kiss finds Kamals though.
Oh, bhai.
Down to I-26 here. We're down to just Kiss and Baron. He's going to have to heal. He's down to just 23 HP. Full 3 gear.
वो उसके मुंह पे लेट गया आके.
Myth goes down to just 1 player. Baron's going to have to put pressure onto him. He's half HP up on that hill here. Myth is struggling to stay alive inside this circle.
The timing might be good for him though, because Petrichor Road were third partying this, but now they're fighting each other on the south side, so they might be able to get a moment here to breathe, maybe to reset. As Baron
उसे पता तो है कि वहाँ पे है पक्का. Oh, बच गया.
Good grenade though, it's just not going to be on time.
Is going to go down to that. It's just going to crawl out on the edge. Might be able to survive.
Revival तो मिल गया उसको.
Smokes deployed from Baron here, and Myth trying to hold on to everything as this next circle has popped towards them. Got a lifeline straight out here now. Again, Sharks.
Revive तो मिल गया उसको. Revive तो मिल गया उसको.
He's backing off the BRDM. Maybe
A से बचना पड़ेगा.
to put some pressure onto this one. Dragon does find hello my bad. Vitality.
Oh, पड़ा उसके. इसको पता लग गया. इसको पता लग गया.
Bound to be happening.
ये निकाल देगा. नेट से निकाल देगा.
Most of them took the fight against Petrichor Road and they will win that fight.
Oh, Vitality ने निकाल दिया भाई. पैरों को निकाल दिया पूरा.
In the process,
6 teams बची हैं बस.
Tai Lu has been hanging out here in the middle for quite some time. They are very well dug in, literally and figuratively. As you saw those pictures.
Vitality कितनी बढ़िया जगह पे हैं.
Is trying to make the push on the Twisted
भाई लेकिन अपर. ओहो. बचा.
Coming in here, Example finds Tika though. Now Setsuna 3 gear 55 HP.
Shadow Esports के भी अच्छी लोकेशन है. काफी उनको हाई रेंज मिला हुआ है.
He's going to be hurt by the circle in just a second here. He's going to be able to crawl in as this circle has gone north towards them.
3 health kit भी है उसके पास.
Delaying this a little bit. We're going to have many teams, many players.
Oh, कुचल दिया.
Involved himself into this compound found here. Flash finds him though with that pass.
कुचल दिया उसको.
Have your head on a swivel there, Flash. As or Belmont rather, as he gets run over. Shadow Esports does get eliminated in the end here as Full Sense have lost 2. It's just down to Thanadol and Flash. Looks like the rest of Twisted Minds, after losing Batu and the BRDM, they are still holding strong in the compound.
भाई FS का ये अकेला बचा है, क्या कर पाएगा ये? भाई ओ आ गया गया. चांस नहीं था FS गई.
Pick him up, get him into the other part of the compound here. Smokes is coming in here.
हेल्थ किट भी दे दी उसने उसको. भाई इनके 4 बचे हुए हैं. टाइलू के 4 बचे हुए हैं.
Twisted potentially with 3 and Tyloo with 4, but they have a lot of space ahead of them. They're going to have to move out of this corner just shortly when this next circle starts to move here. And 3 gears coming out from Myth here. We did see an Almond play, but now Kong, look at this. It's going to set up a mortar potentially towards Myth.
I would think that would be the easiest target here. Kong looking off in that direction. See how close he can get. But once again, this is a late game Myth. Already 9 fighting their way in. Will it land where it needs to? Not a bad idea sending it over towards that rock, but Myth just not there.
They are looking up, eyes in the skies here for this one. You're going to have to try to dodge as much as you can without exposing yourself to other lines of sight. Myth trying to dodge and weave this one here. Baron still with arm in hand, but now potentially losing his car. No, he did stop it. And now he's going to try to... Oh,
78 का damage दी उसने.
Straight to the body of Lee.
This is a terrifying duo to have to deal with. Even if they're down to 2, and even if they're in a bad position, they do not go down easily. And they've got some.
भाई इतने जल्दी तो हार नहीं मानेंगे तीनों टीम्स हैं.
Tyloo does need to be careful here.
अरे वाइटैलिटी कब गई?
Continue to empty the bag. Send a few more mortars in. But Baron and Kiss doing a good job of keeping those smokes down.
ओ भाई कितना मिस. ओ बचाओ 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 बचाओ.
Retreat back into the smoke.
मिथ के 2 ही बचे हैं.
Inside the circle, they got smokes deployed here. If they can get a little bit lower ground and start maybe using the pickaxe just a
वो
little
थोड़ा
bit,
सा सेंटर जोन आना चाह रहे हैं. मिड सेंटर जोन आना चाह रहे थोड़ा. टाइलू बहुत कॉर्नर पे हैं. उनके लिए थोड़ा सा डिफिकल्ट हो जाएगा ऊपर आना. वो टाइलू के ऊपर आते ही उनकी फाइट एंगेज हो जाएगी उससे. ट्विस्ट से. ट्विस्ट से उनकी फाइट एंगेज हो जाएगी टाइलू की. हो गई गए. एक ग्रेड और जाता. गया भाई, एक गया. दूसरा भी जाएगा. ये गया, एक और गया, एक और गया, एक और.
Quick rest here onto example. Now Tyloo advancing, getting control. Look, Baron actually already got control on this one here. They're looking to third party, looking to put pressure on both teams. So they do as much damage as they can to each other here. Kong does do some damage onto Perfectix. Look, full gear.
Molly se bach gaya wo.
And Famas, lots of heals still possible. It's going to be a huge fight in between these two teams just soon here.
I love the fact that Myth took advantage of that briefest of moments where Tyloo was
यार ये सही है इसमें. वो खट्टा कर रहा है अपने लिए.
Closest to the circle. They are not out of this thing yet. As Tyloo try to set themselves up here. The smokes are down, but Perfectix and the boys are not waiting. They're going to push.
भाई Twisted Minds मार रहे हैं बे.
They're down to just one. Tyloo, can he do anything magical here? Example's going to go down.
Oh boy.
Managed to get that knock, and they're going to get him right back on his feet. The EMT gear.
I love it.
Coming in here big for Twisted Minds here at the end.
भाई मिथ इस मामले में बहुत बच गई. वो भाई उसे क्या मारा है. ओ भाई वो उसने निकाल दिया मिथ ने. भाई 2 बंदे बचे थे उनके, फिर भी निकाल दिया उसने. अच्छा निकाला है, अच्छा निकाला. भाई 2 बंदों ने निकाल दिया अभी मैच.
And they survived. Down to 2 men here. It was perfect, of course. The amount of pressure they're able to put on both Tyloo and Twisted
Nice,
Minds.
nice, Myth. Nice, Myth.
What a performance from him. What a famous headshot he was able to apply to so many of these players here. But yeah, it seemed difficult. It seemed impossible for Twisted Minds to do this. And yeah, that center control, that rock we were talking about in the dead center, they were able to take it at just the right time. And those peaks, Myth, being able to do this and get this done here. Here's some screen. I had the pleasure of playing a little bit of pool with him and PNC, and he's hitting every single shot in game and on the pool table.
I'm telling you, man, Myth feels like one of those teams right now where everything is just playing out in slow motion for them.
Yeah.
Like it felt like there was 3 or 4 times in that round where they absolutely should have been wiped, but somehow, some way, they managed to come out on top. And in the end, it comes down to a 1v1, Perfectix versus Kiss. 1,000 damage done almost there for Kiss.
Yeah, and 7 kills to come along with it. What a way for Myth to show that they are in form. Just coming from that PGS2 circuit final win.
I mean, we've talked about it. They've come in here probably as the hottest squad after getting 2 wins.
अच्छा निकाला बे, मजा आ गया. मजा आ गया.
Won the first series in at circuit 2, yeah.
Yeah, first series, and then circuit 3.
And then 14th place, and then they just need a little bit of a break in that middle series there. But then coming back and then smashing, they're almost doubling the points of 2nd place, and that's just unheard of. They broke all the records we've seen prior to PGS, and just so what they're made of. Very impressed with Myth so far. And yeah, with this game here, being able to put out that amount of points after what we saw from them in game 1 as well, they're going to be so close, even potentially after this day, going straight to that final after just having played half of their games.
Well, it's a pretty scary thing for the rest of the lobby to see. They know what happens when Myth gets a lead. They know what can happen when Myth starts that snowball rolling in the right direction. They've seen it before. They might be seeing it again here soon as Myth gets a massive win here in game number 2. Also, gotta say, first game, they didn't do too bad there either. They got a nice little stack of kills for themselves despite going out a little bit early. Remember, they were the ones that crossed over the road, took down Shadow Esports, fighting their way in. But to start things off here, we do have an interview with Purdy Curdy from Liquid. Let's throw it down to Caleres.
That's right. Thank you very much, boys. Here I am indeed with Purdy Curdy, talking to him mostly about that game number 1 here from the tournament so far. So thank you for joining me, Purdy, here. Let's start things off with that map on Erangel. The boatyard finish. Not something that we see too often at all. Can you talk to me about that? Obviously, you guys were holding full sense. I want to know about like what you were thinking about all the other threats around whilst you were holding them. How much information did you have about where teams were in boatyard?
We were pretty well set with information. I think the biggest thing for that game specifically was at some point Luke goes, "I've got a mortar." I said, "Set that fucking thing up." Like, full sense is our biggest threat, and the fact that he was able to get some mortars off on them made our game very easy.
That felt like a shortest range mortar, like 120 meters or something.
Exactly. Yeah. 120.
Fair. Let's move on then about the new circles, of course. It's not too many tournaments we've been playing with them, and you're going to have a lot of water in. A boatyard finish, obviously extremely uncommon as a whole. What do you think about these new circle settings? I saw that you guys had zipline guns available and stuff like that. What do you make of it?
Yeah, that's the new land ratio in effect, for sure. That mixed with the speed of the earlier zones, it makes for some chaotic moments, and hopefully you guys enjoy them, because I don't.
Hey, what the viewers get to enjoy, I know it's going to be difficult for the players, and it makes things a lot more spicy and a bit more chaotic. Let's finally finish up with, how has prep looked like for you guys for EWC? Because, of course, I think that there's been moments where even I've been very critical of some of the Team Liquid performances. You guys had an amazing year, of course, and then kind of had a harder time trying to catch up to that. So where are you guys at right now? What's the prep look like for EWC?
The prep is really good. It's actually been very good for a while. We got a lot of hardworking guys. We got Nomi, our analyst, works his ass off. Russ, our coach, works his ass off. A lot of it comes down to execution recently, and that's something we got to improve on.
All right, Purdy, thank you very much. I'll send you back to your booth. Good luck in the next games, my friend, as I now head on over here to have a little bit of a chat about what was going on here with Mr. Matrim, who's going to be joining me to talk about this Tego game. Hey, Matrim.
Oh, hey, man. That last game was a barn burner. I loved the end of it. Twisted coming in very tail into that one. Got a bit dangerous. I was a bit nervous, but the BRDM, the rotates, felt pretty good. But that western side, I almost thought that they were going to die before they managed to get into the tail end of the fight with Myth.
Yeah, obviously, Myth looking amazing.
Oh.
What do we expect like when it comes to someone like Kiss being able to clutch out those kinds of moments? And I think we'll see even more of that. I think it's scary for a lot of these teams now realizing that, hey, Myth's already coming in hot after those PGSs.
Dude, okay, we can talk about that. We can also talk about the VP dying early actually did open up an opportunity because that's an incredibly consistent squad. So we know the fact that anytime they falter out, you're going to have some opportunities for bigger squads. Well, I wouldn't say bigger squads, but bigger firepower to come out. And that's what we saw with Myth.
All right, well, it looks like we're good to go head on over to the studio here to break down everything that's been going on so far.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, champion.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Ladies and gentlemen, Myth has arrived. As the customers were saying, they had an amazing game 1. This game 2 absolutely blew it out of the battle. By the way, Godspeed, Lace, Toffees, and the 7WG. Welcome back. Lace, thank you for joining us, but Myth.
Yeah, man, I've been out in the sunshine, so it's nice to be back on the desk, guys. I've seen too much sun here, but goddamn Myth! I'm so glad I got to witness this, honestly. I've been running around like a crazy person, but I got to witness the craziness that is Myth. Now, obviously, this Apex South team, you know, it's that kind of aggressive play style that gets me really going. I mean, match number 2, I'm not going to say it wasn't that great because it was a fantastic start from them. But as soon as it was a Team Liquid sort of dissipate from that and almost Virtus Pro, that just paved the way for Team Myth to sort of make their comeback and their aggressive play style. And plus, you know, usually we, you know, give the reins to Jacob as the star player, but we gotta hand the mic over to Kiss because that was such an incredible performance, and to be able to hold that sort of northern side mid zone while we had like Twisted Minds battle it out. It was just a waiting game, kind of sitting on that rock like a proud
It's
lion.
about getting to the rock. There's two teams that made a huge end game, okay? Twisted Minds, because they opened the door for Myth to get to where they got to. You heard Martin say it, you gotta take the rock. Well, Gibraltar was taken because Myth was able to slide in there during that fight between Tai Lu and Twisted Minds. And I don't care what anybody says. Scappy, he's scrappy. Jacob, he's a leader. But Kiss is the Reaper, and there's a reason we say Kiss of Death, because that man God's been going pop, pop, pop all over them.
I think what's just also so impressive, if you go back 2 years, you know, you talk about let's take a little trip down
take a little walk
memory
down memory
lane,
lane.
please, if you would humor me. Going back 2 years, you know, Southeast Asia in general was never really seen as a very strong region, right? They would come to,
I'm upset.
They'd come to an international, they would kind of get farmed, unfortunately, and then they'd go home. Over the course of the last 2 years, we've seen the rise of Cerberus, we've seen the rise of Forest. Now, obviously, in this fantastic team here, and Southeast Asia is no longer here just to participate. They're here to take over.
These Thailand teams are really turning up the heat.
And boy, did they end up taking over. By the way, Twisted Minds being able to use that BRDM, or as I like to call it, the Splat Maker. Because they were just going around all over the place, and they were able to bounce back. Remember what's been going on with that team? This is kind of what I wanted to see out of Twisted Minds coming into that second game.
You know, they're playing with a sub. They kept strong during that whole fight. And is there a more iconic duo than Batulin and the BRDM at this point? I don't know, because he seems to be using it really well. What the key to me is Tai Lu put a red zone on those boys. It was brutal. They got 3 back up. They pushed over the top, and they made Tai Lu look like children. They came over and they said, all right, you've got grenades when you can hide, but when it comes time for slinging lead, lads, we know how to play.
I feel like a child between you two tall guys.
That's why I'm all the way over here, okay?
I'm a very small man, but, you know, I don't know why you'd feel that way. But speaking of red zones, by the way, let's talk about Myth red zoning Liquid. That was absolutely disgusting. And then something else I want to talk about when we talk about Southeast Asia, or just Asia in general, Winda. Dude, holy crap. Winda came through. He wiped AGAL almost completely by himself, which was absolutely disgusting. And then he went on with his teammate to continue to wreak havoc before 4AM went down. And this is the first time, I think, this year in a while that 4AM is really a serious team to look at, especially when they have Shen, the Malaysian superstar now. That team is disgusting.
4AM was given the reins to run the way they want to with this team this year. This sort of the latter
and you can
half.
tell.
And it is turning up really well. I think the other thing about Winda is, you're right, he's dead on. He's phenomenal, but he's this sort of new blood that's emerging, right? It's the same idea as, like, where was Kiss
Fresh
3 or
meat.
4 years ago? Becoming monsters. And that is the thing. You brought up SEA, right? The whole region has been powerful, right? We got from that region PGC champions 2 in a row. I think Myth has watched that and said, okay, we can do what they do. They've moved from Forest. They got out of the trees. They've picked up a great support system. Now they have that behind them in addition to everything else they're doing. They're named after their own country. Like, that is all the hype you need to drive yourself and go the distance.
I got a chance to interview them both as well, and honestly, the focus on these guys, and I'm quite a yappy, chatty person, if you can't tell at home.
We didn't know.
Sorry, guys, it's coming out now, but my God, these boys are locked. I hope you guys get to see what I was chatting to him about.
We did. Earlier on, we got a chance to see all of that. But yeah, Kiss being able to perform, Winda as well. I can't wait to see what other teams and other players especially are going to be stepping it up in the coming matches. But I want to take a look at the overall. I want to see how everything is currently looking, because another squad that's kind of building that momentum, building that confidence, Shadow Esports. Once again, not crazy stats, but I'm just with them toughies. I just want them to do well, but you can see right now, Myth just kind of running with it.
So at their win at PGS, they averaged 5.1 points per game. They are already pushed well over that number, which means they don't have to really stress at this point. They have the freedom to run. And just to touch briefly on Shadow, they got wiped again. You know who wiped them this time, Godspeed?
Well, why don't you tell me?
Myth for the second time. Myth has their number. And so those guys need to adjust and just avoid the monsters.
Yeah, you can see the eliminations from all the squads. Team Liquid, I mean, we saw what happened with Team Liquid, especially what you were talking about, Godspeed. Those, Myth just demolished them, if we're being completely honest. Twisted Minds with with the bounce back game esports, but I also want to take a look at some of the other teams on that second page, because these are teams, as we're heading into the first half, in a way, halfway through today, we need to start seeing a little bit more out of some of these squads.
So, Lace, I saw Team Vitality in that game. You saw it pull off the sort of the pickaxes, try to lock it down. It was a tough situation for them to sort of decide, do we go in? Do we get out of this defensive position? And I'm not sure. That's what I'm worried about when you look at them, is are they making proactive decisions?
Yeah, look, I was sort of touching on I like an aggressive squad, and I'm not seeing it from Vitality whatsoever. And this is what you need to do in these starting matches. You do need to really sort of push through and get those eliminations early, because otherwise people are going to take that lead. And I did not see that from them. And also Team Nemesis as well. I did sort of pick them as my underdog, but now they're a little bit too under.
A little too under the dogs, as they say.
Yes.
Some of the other squads, GK, not really having a great day here at this Star. I know a lot of people are expected a lot out of this squad. They were able to previously be with CIS. Now they have a Korean team coming in here. What are the expectations going into this next 4 matches, especially going into the next match?
I mean, I think for the organization, the expectations are high. I think it is a challenge. I mean, I saw, it's hard for you to give a hype speech that involves a translator, right? So, like, the team owners are trying to hype up their guys, and that can be difficult. I do think, again, 2 games in, and you and I know, like, we've played this game, Seven, you know that it is not something that is won in a sprint. This is a marathon, and so I'm not going to write them off for a tough 2 games where circles may not have favored them. I mean, Boatyard is kind of a one-off. Like, I almost got to throw away game 1 in terms of teams that didn't get in. Like, it's hard to do.
Well, let's give it a second, Godspeed. I want you to put yourself in this mindset, all right? You're one of the squads there towards the bottom. You're their coach. What are you going to be telling them, trying to hype them up? Let's just act like they don't have to.
I don't actually think my coaching style is a little less how do I say this? Hand-holdy. I would just lock in. You guys need to lock in 2 teams that I think need to lock in specifically are AJAL and Supers. Right? Those are 2 rosters that have absolutely no business being on the bottom. Now, again, we talk about only first 2 games, sure, yeah, whatever. But again, this is something that can snowball. You and I have specifically seen this so many times where a team that we know should make it, they're like, oh, we're not worried about them. Oh, we're not worried about them. All of a sudden, 2 games left, they're 40 points away from qualifying. So I do think those teams and those rosters are obviously strong enough to make a push. Again, we're early, but seeing them down there this early does give me a slight.
You're not out of it when you let it slide, but every inch of rope you let slide rips the skin off your hands. You know what I'm saying? So you have to make those plays early. And for every chance you fall lower, it becomes harder, it becomes rougher to mentally get yourself back into this. That's my worry with Soup. I think the Supers are amazing. Everyone knows I love Soup, but I need them to step up and slam down here in game 3.
All right, well, we're going to be working on our coach talk here and make sure that we can actually end up airing it when we come to the desk. Because, Lace, you'll be the next one. Not right now. You'll be the next one, maybe, if one of these teams...
Match number 3 is starting.
As we're going to be going into the last game, and for everybody watching at home, make sure you end up predicting some of these squads. Go to the EWC website, go to the app, and just put in your predictions because it's out there for everybody. And if you do share anything on social media, use that hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26, as we will love to see some of the stuff that you guys are sharing. But it's time that we send it over to none other than Avenger and Borosaurus.
Thank you very much, gang, and we are back for match number 3. We are heading to the dusty dunes of Miramar. So far, made
भाई Miramar आ गया. Miramar आ गया.
At the top of the table, but right behind them, Twisted Minds, GAM Esports, Virtus Pro rounding out.
Partona.
As the desk mentioned, there's a couple of teams that haven't really shown up just yet, Martin, and maybe it's time for them to find some success here on Miramar.
But are we the ones
भाई mostly teams तो अभी उतर गई हैं.
2 of 12 games.
Absolutely.
Okay, we'll do that then. As the game is partying up here, Puerto Paraiso straight up northwest here. Very easy and great playing path. A lot of teams can get into the usual spots.
पैरों ने तो इम्पाला के आसपास का एरिया ले लिया साउथ साइड का.
Can they make the most of it so far?
और
because of that first game, they got a good amount of points here, but that's in the spot.
लास्ट मैच की विनिंग टीम मिथ
I'll say this though.
वो गई है Alcantara के पास. Alpozo पे गई है R8.
I do enjoy playing it. I think it's great, but we're going to be going just
Vitality.
Now for this,
Chumacera.
how everything kind of lines up. I think a lot of teams are used to those big rotations and
मैप में भाई सिर्फ 4 टीम्स हैं.
Barely kissing the plane path there.
जोन में 4 टीम्स हैं सिर्फ.
To the northeast we go, towards Krudavalle, up towards El Azahar, towards water treatment. We'll see where it ends up taking us. But 4 a.m. they've got their pick of the litter as to where they want to go to start things off. That could be a good thing, could be a bad thing. I know you've had a little bit of
भाई
experience.
GK, DNS और AGL रोटेशन करके मुझे लग रहा है कि वो जा सकती है.
More of a problem, or would you rather be dead center, or would you rather be kind of working your way in from the edge, knowing that your back is clear?
मिथ ने सबसे पहले vehicles को capture किया.
If you are in anywhere of high priority into this circle, like 4AM is right now, you are leaving extremely early to go to some of these high priority compounds, the barns, some of the areas around the center where you have a lot of control, where teams are not able to pull up onto your position just easily without you being able to put some bullets towards them. So you usually have one or two guys that go into that, you just get a few guns, not maybe even having a level 1 backpack, a level 1 helm, just get straight
Miramar
into that.
map बहुत बड़ा है, लेकिन Miramar map
It's not
बहुत
so much
बड़ा है.
about preference, it's more about, do we have that, high priority towards the center of the circle, or are we far away? And then that shifts towards, if we're far away, we're going to loot for a long time, try to get as much gear, get your preferred guns, attachment, everything set up. And also, as you saw in the last game, utility is so important.
Absolutely.
That's what the most teams, they loot for a long time for.
Yeah, it's a big difference between a good central compound and a central compound that you can defend.
Yeah.
Right? So, especially from all sides, as you know, you got some of the best teams in the world in these lobbies. And they're always looking to third, fourth party, any potential fights, try to get those points. We have seen a priority being placed by these teams on securing those kills, making sure that they finish off any knocks that they get. But we've seen how important, you said, the 60 point roughly is what we're kind of thinking of going in, at least through 2 games, as being our cut line. And there's no last chance qualifier, Martin. It is just top 16 moving on. So there's no backup plan as we see Team Liquid, getting a little bit close to RA, but it just looks like RA doesn't want any of this. He's just going to go ahead and pop right on out of there.
Yeah, disengaging immediately here. R8 so far 0 kills, 0 placement points at the bottom of that leaderboard here, and Team Liquid just pushing on. And it's outside the circle. There's no point to fight for this. This has no priority, so I understand from R8's perspective. There's no point in staying here. 2 nades, a Molotov in hand, no first aids for him, so he's still trying to
AGL के लिए अभी बहुत अच्छा टाइम है वहाँ पे रोटेट करके इस जोन में बिल्कुल एक अच्छा है स्पॉट कैप्चर करने के लिए. वो सामने दूसरी टीम भी R8 की टीम है. मुझे लग रहा है यहाँ पे दोनों की फाइट एंगेज हो सकती है. देख लिया उन्होंने, देखा.
Absolute all-star players. They've had a great performance throughout the year for them so far.
Yeah, a lot of expectations placed on that team, and with good reason. As you said, superstars up and down that roster, but nothing clicking just yet. But there's still plenty of time left to go as they fight their way in towards the center of the circle. We check in with Nemesis down there.
Miramar में पानी आने लग गया.
Nobody really anywhere near them, and also nobody really hugging that eastern road ahead of them. So they should have a pretty clean path in, just depending on how long they decide to hold this coastline. If they decide to cut in, they may end up running into Virtus Pro, but we'll keep an eye on that.
AGL obviously getting 2 second places.
ये दोनों टीम्स पास हैं.
2 of the series throughout the PGSs we've had so far this year. We take a look at 4AM here. They're a little bit greedy, I would say. It's a 2-1-1 split for them, and if some of these teams
आराम से स्प्लिट करके खेल रहे हैं वो, आराम से खेल सकते हैं, आराम से खेल सकते हैं,
they're going to get pulled up on, they're going to get drive-byed. I'm looking forward to see what happens with that one for sure.
One thing they got going for them is that their split is pretty tight. So if they do get pulled up on, drop a couple of smokes, maybe a couple of Molotovs by the door, and you could slow things down enough that maybe your teammates could come provide some support, but then you open yourself up to the potentials of third parties, fourth parties. Obviously, you're dead center, right? So everybody is going to see that happening, and that is the risk you take by taking those high priority compounds. But we'll keep an eye on 4AM as we check in with Vitality coming through just north of Picado. Looks like they should have a pretty free path in.
Absolutely. And now for the teams that come in late, usually these 6 to 8 teams that are not close or somewhere close to the center, that's just about information now, trying to sniff out where other teams are, and especially with the circle pop, to see if anyone starts leaving that compound. If they are in a split, you can see a car leaving a compound, and it's like, okay, they're regrouping in another spot they prefer, and that's where the backfill comes in, especially here from a team like Virtus Pro, they're going to come in from the southern side.
Tylu को एक solo player, इसके पास AGL है.
Starts moving in closer and starts having a new pop.
अच्छा, टाइलू के भाई स्प्लिट में खेल रहे हैं थोड़ा. स्काउटिंग के लिए निकले हुए हैं चारों.
Individual splits just to get a lot of information about what's going on around them. And it looks
Desert
like
safari हो रही है इनकी तो.
Hear Tyloo, if not see them. Mass will hold the line for now, and Tyloo will just continue their way around. They do have Gam off to the north as well, continuing to make their way in. I don't know about you,
Shadow
Avenger, but this circle, and I say this knowing that we've had hard shifts before, but this feels like it's got hard shift written all over it, doesn't it? I mean, it's just everybody is crowding to the south side of this zone essentially, and if this hard shifts to the north, it would be absolute mayhem.
And especially with Myth coming in on the northern side, wouldn't it be a classic that we do get a water treatment shift when they are so far away, especially with how far they
भाई बहुत ट्रैवल करना पड़ेगा इनको तो. बहुत ट्रैवल करना पड़ेगा.
Let's see how Myth approaches this one.
जोन ने जिस हिसाब से भाई बिल्कुल ही नॉर्थ ईस्ट साइड में उसने लिया.
But yeah, you are right. South and middle is very congested. Lots of space towards that northwest.
साउथ में जो टीम्स उतरी थी उनके लिए बहुत ज़्यादा ट्रैवल हो जाएगा ये तो.
All the teams would hate it.
Oh yeah, no.
Just us talking about it, they despise us.
I mean, look, we're here for fun, and chaos equals fun most of the time.
Facts.
Well, let's see if we're gonna get it. We did see.
अब देखते हैं जोन शिफ्ट कहाँ पे आता है. मुझे लगता है ओ भाई.
That water treatment shift, so all the teams to the south and the east.
भाई मिथ के लिए बहुत अच्छा हो गया. उनके लिए अच्छा स्पॉट मिल जाएगा वो वहाँ पे.
Full sense on the very far south side. They're going to have a hard time getting in as they've got Shadow Esports, Vitality, any number of teams that could make their way over there as well.
Absolutely. Whereas Pro not getting anything from this circle here. They're actually trying to exit, maybe go for a wide wrap here potentially.
You do see a couple of teams
बर्जस ने देखा किसी को. कौन है?
Make a way up to the north on the eastern side, which may push them.
अच्छा, Shadow.
Tyloo. Looks like Gam and Myth coming in late from that northern side have actually been blessed because they have just their.
अभी तक फाइट किसी की एंगेज नहीं हुई है. एक भी प्लेयर डाउन नहीं हुआ है अभी तक.
Oh my God. AGL full pull up onto.
ओ यहाँ पे 4 AM है close.
And,
उन्हें पता तो लग गया है.
4 AM boys just hopped in vehicles too, so it doesn't look like they're gonna leave Hasameme by himself here. As we'll see if he can escape in the Bronco. Nobody's shooting just. Oh, that's a tough turn. Oh no! Oh no! Oh, every second that ticks by.
Oh, he actually
निकल गया भाई.
Oh my goodness.
निकल गया वो.
Almost feels like AGL let him escape there almost.
And also because like 4M already has a decent
भाई कोशिश तो कर रहे हैं अभी भी. कोशिश कर रहे हैं. ओह, निकाल सकते थे. निकाल तो सकते थे. नहीं दिया, बिल्कुल भी डैमेज नहीं दिया. बच गया 4M का.
Going on match 3 so far. After this game, we're halfway.
भाई अभी तक भी कोई नहीं छोड़ रहा. ओह, थोड़ा सा टफ हो गया इसके लिए.
Smoking just a little bit here. He's going to try to get out and get behind some of the cover that's here. Shots to come in, connecting, and he's just behind cover. Delvin, IGL, and the goat.
कितना low HP पे बचा है वो.
There's a little combination there between AGA. Looks like Spaceman might be going on a rescue mission here to get Hasameme, but
FS ने कितना ऊपर का व्यू ले रखा है.
Pulling up on this southwestern side. Now they got Tigger off in the blue, and they're going to spot out R8 just ahead, and they should maybe spot out Team Liquid as well. I think Luke 12 was the only one left behind, but Team Liquid, nice path for them. They managed to make their way into that northwestern side relatively cleanly, so a lot of space for them to work around just on that western part of water treatment. But Vitality, they might be in trouble here. They're making the send in right between Twisted Minds and R8.
Oh, look at all these shots.
किससे फाइट ले रहे हैं ये?
And in the arena,
अच्छा, इन्हें दिख गया कोई जाते हुए.
Pumping their DMRs towards 4M. Now with this one here, next circle is about to be popping
भाई
here.
नेक्स्ट सर्कल कहाँ जाएगा? साउथ साउथ वाटर ट्रीटमेंट जा रहा है भाई, ये वाटर ट्रीटमेंट ही जाएगा मुझे लग रहा है. अब यहाँ पे मिथ और टीएल की फाइट होने वाली है. मिथ और टीम लिक्विड यहाँ पे फाइट होगी. भाई एफएस वाले टीएल के ल्यूक को मार रहे हैं भाई. कंटिन्यू शॉट लिए जा रहे हैं उधर वाटर ट्रीटमेंट पे. 3 टीम्स आने वाली है, 3 टीम्स आने वाली है वाटर ट्रीटमेंट पे. भाई हाई रिज है.
Somewhat awkward moves here as Full Sense will full send directly into the south side of water treatment, but Liquid
ओहो बहुत डैमेज दे दिया उसकी कार को, तो उसके व्हीकल को बहुत डैमेज दे दिया.
Kind of finding their way around as Purdy has that BRDM scouting around, and that sandstorm hitting at the worst possible time. I'm not sure if he was able to hear Full Sense pull through. Here's Nemesis.
Oh, Team Nemesis.
A few shots at Gam, at least the trailing duo of Gam making their way through their territory.
अब यहाँ पे जहाँ भी रोटेशन होगा वहाँ पे फाइट चालू हो जाएगी. रोटेशन के साथ फाइट चालू है अब तो.
As the other guys are backfilling and having high ground control, putting a lot of pressure on Gam as they move in and get closer to this spot here. And yeah, sure, they're inside the circle now, but have teams on multiple sides here with Jacob's spot.
अभी तक एक भी प्लेयर डाउन हुआ है किसी भी टीम का.
Take control of this northern side.
भाई बहुत 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 बसड़ होने वाली है लास्ट में. बहुत बसड़ होने वाली
They
है.
are aware how close and how many of Full Sense is inside the southern side of water treatment.
I feel like if Jacob had any more than just one grenade, he might get a little bit more active here. But if nothing else, he's going to at least keep track of Gam. Just on the other side, you see Scabby Baron and Kiss still off to the north, still kind of keeping track of everything, making their way through. But this is not a bad spot for Myth to play here, as I think Kiss has actually just popped on the mortar. He might be getting the coordinates from Jacob. And we'll see if those mortars do fall on top of Gam here.
I love that approach.
मिथ अकेला है वहाँ पे. उन्हें पता नहीं है मुझे लग रहा है मिथ के बारे में तो. ओह आरेट.
Set up a potential approach and assault onto Gam. Let's see what happens with this one here. Alright, also getting somewhat involved here with the Full Sense and Team Liquid's shenanigans inside water treatment. They do have a lot of control on that western side here. They get a western shift here, could be huge. My biggest observation right now is that the 3-1 split from Twisted Minds, having example inside that little gas station. If that
भाई मिथ निकाल सकता है. मिथ निकाल सकता है. मौका इसके पास. ओह 5 HP. उसने निकाल दिया. अरे इसको कहीं दूर से पड़ रहा है शॉट्स.
Scabby might have heard. He's right here. He heard the nade. Shots coming in. Baron finds it. He drops the nade though.
Oh, bhai.
Doc Juice confirms himself, but does some damage to Scabby. One more player left alive.
गया. वो भी गया.
It's a hauling towards him. It's doing damage to him.
Oh भाई बहुत कम हो गया.
Does have a Panzer Faust in hand.
He saw Purdy pulling up in the BRDM and
भाई निकलना पड़ेगा इनको.
Looks like Kurt was able
मिथ को निकलना पड़ेगा.
in the nick of time. Virtus Pro gets eliminated, crashing right on top of Petrogor Road, but that south shift so huge right now. As you mentioned, Twisted Minds had that compound, but they are now sharing.
भाई अच्छा खेला वो मिथ में.
Oh my God! This
oh भाई shift क्या हुआ है?
So much open fields in play here with that road going through. Tyloo sending it. Cowboy finds Kiss. Diffix got the nade, but everything is open.
Shadow के पास twist है.
Dragon. Jacob goes out as well. Team Liquid putting so much pressure on it. All the teams on the northern side, they realize we have no priority inside the circle. We're just gonna fight for points, try to get as many kills and eliminations as possible.
Well, so many teams opting for the salvage game right now.
Oh भाई उसकी तो कार अबे क्या हो गया उसकी कार को ये? क्या चल रहा है?
On the northeast side, AGL just trying to send it right through the middle through the GK 4 AM gauntlet, and it looks like they're going to get away with it for now. Twisted Minds still all 4 up, holding the line here against Shadow Esports, but there are eyes looking over in this direction as it looks like Full Sense might be sending something. Myth will get eliminated in the end as Nemesis crashed down upon them. Looks like Team Liquid is now going to leave water treatment as well.
And this is a very breachable compound right now with Supers and Tyloo both having lost players.
Tyloo का एक ही बचा है. Tyloo को निकालना पड़ेगा इसे. भाई अच्छा ट्राई किया. Tyloo ने अच्छा ट्राई किया.
4 kills definitely needed by Supers, considering the start that they've
Twist
had right
or
now.
Shadow.
4AM is starting to regroup as we see Nemesis trading off with Gam. Only Glorious
Nemesis,
left alive,
अच्छा,
playing around that
oh.
ridgeline, stayed with the blue zone flank. Not going to find any joy. But Glorious is going
भाई निकलना पड़ेगा blue zone से तो.
Will get sent out. He's going to put one up against the backboard. It's not going to do enough to take down Diffix. But Glorious is
नहीं बचेगा वो,
out.
नहीं
Team
बचेगा.
Liquid will find Huang F, steal one more kill away as they continue to just play from the edge. See if they can maybe third party this, get some more points.
नहीं बच पाएगा मुझे लग रहा है यार. उसका एक नेट जाएगा वो दोनों चले जाएंगे. और
they're putting on pressure onto them and still got that BRDM in play here. Now they're going towards Geeky. That might be a big fight.
निकलना चाहिए इन्हें.
Worth pulling up in a compound like this, but there's no priority. Glorious finds Diffix, continues to have an impact onto Nemesis.
These solo players are so hard to get rid of. As Glorious showing him
Oh,
out,
bhai.
will end up finishing him off, and we'll try to see if he can make his way.
अरे गाड़ी गई उसकी.
Electing not even to try. We'll just go ahead and try to heal up and heal through the blue, see if we can get anything off of that as we see Twisted Minds still having to deal with a shadow in their midst. But it looks like they're content with letting them hold that compound for now. But you see Team Liquid getting peppered from range. They're going to have to hop all into the BRDM just to survive.
Just down to Purdy Curdy and Luke 12 here. Go out for the center.
TL गलत जा रही है. नहीं भाई वहाँ AGL है.
Yeah, actually it is somewhat center in this zone. And we do have a big road in the middle that's splitting this zone.
4AM की fight हो गई है DNS से.
He's going to be trying to defend.
One man down है. 4AM. नौ को चुका एक. वो ये कहाँ से? नेट बहुत अच्छा नेट मारा. Vitality versus 4 Angry.
As we see the circle will up to the north once again. More fighting going on as R8 is getting eliminated. It looks like Shadow has overstayed their welcome. R8 trying to crash into that same compound. That's a little ambitious. They're going to pay the price for it as they are down to just one.
Yeah, Nemesis out in 12th place here. So many teams trying to approach this Twisted Mind compound. They're being smart about it. They're holding on.
Nemesis भी eliminate हो गई है.
Control the western side because they know they can third party later on. They didn't want anything from this very reachable side of the compound here. Now damage done. Look at this. 4AM got the res, but Supers are trying to put so much pressure onto them to get the most out of it. FynTrix finds Belmont and now Spaceman.
Oh, बहुत open में फंस गया. बहुत open में फंस गया.
Supers just 5-head plays here, but there's just too many men to deal with, and Deal will get spotted out in the end, and they know exactly where Guman is.
ये निकालना पड़ेगा इसको.
You hear shots coming in. This is Vitality third partying from range, making things a little bit difficult as they'll steal away Deal. Now the grenades will come through. Blues on grenade do a little bit of damage, but Guman just a pain.
किस्मत है भाई उसकी किस्मत है.
For 4 angry men.
अब नहीं बचेगा, अब नहीं बचेगा, अब नहीं बचा. गया. DNS भी eliminate. Team Vitality को जाना पड़ेगा.
Again, 3 games in, only 8 points. Not the way they wanted to start their tournament. But 4AM still 4 up as Vitality have to send
Vitality को चलो ये अच्छा डिप बनाया. बहुत अच्छा डिप है, बहुत अच्छा डिप है.
Actually, maybe keep an eye over here on this.
इस zone के बाहर क्यों?
R8 compound.
Well, it's going to be a lot of fights with that. Fulson's also trying to survive and make the
दो health kit है बस. एक ही बची है.
Damage being done here by phase 5 as everything closes in 20 seconds. We're going to hit phase 6. Parkro finds Quizzy. Some damage done here onto Vitality as they have this center spot here. It could pay.
Vitality को निकाल सकते हैं. Vitality को damage देगा पक्का. परेशान करेगा Vitality को. 2 damage हो गए. 2 down हो गए. गया.
Until it didn't, and now they are in trouble as
FSB
Vitality is just taking it from all sides. Gedrock's the last player left on his feet. We'll see if Hello My Bag can actually retreat through the smoke cloud to get revived, but that is going to be
कोशिश तो करेंगे भाई Vitality.
See Chewy from Petrichor Road just keeping eyes on everything.
ये भाई open में रहना बहुत मुश्किल है. Open में रहना बहुत मुश्किल है ये.
Mantra of the day as mortars will fall around them. 4AM on the move now too.
Down to just 9 teams here, Paro. Just one more team eliminated. It's going to be one more point for placement here. So much pressure being put on and it just swings around the ball. The cars are exploding too. And yeah, you said it perfectly here. That could be a great bait setup for it. Did love it. AGL here. They have the eastern side control here as GK try to move into the northern side here, but they also have Team Liquid that's set up towards that center spot. We still have this big road that's effectively just a big river of nothing going through because there's just open space and no cover to play around that.
Absolutely, and saw Geekay, they were causing problems for a lot of teams down south.
भाई इस टाइम पे तो जहाँ से भी निकलोगे अरे इसके सामने
back on his feet. I think that's EJ.
नहीं दिखेगा, कुछ नहीं दिखेगा, कुछ नहीं दिखेगा.
As 4 a.m. getting a little bit close to Petrichor Road, but you see how difficult this can be to dig these guys out as grenades and bullets will take down 2 from 4 a.m. almost instantly. Shen has to stop down to heal up as Winda kind of off side right now. Not part of all of this nonsense just yet. The blue zone grenade going to force Shen to move once again. Not able to go for the res on the Spaceman just yet.
बस उसने blue zone बना दिया वहाँ.
See here what 4AM is going to be able to do. I don't think they're able to save.
revival मिल जाएगा उसको.
It looks like, oh, okay, might be able to get the rest off here. No utility being thrown at them just now. Parkro is out. Stolen by Pretty Curdy here. Liquid makes the most out of this one here. Look how many teams is on the south compared to the north. AGL, Liquid, half a Liquid, half a GK basically. This might be an AGL game depending on what happens here. Shen, more damage done. This car is going to explode too.
Oh, बचा.
That was a good thought.
भाई कार एक्सप्लोड हो गई बट उससे बच गया वो.
Fortunately for them, they're still in right now.
भाई ट्विस्ट और एससी को निकलना पड़ेगा यहाँ से.
The rest of your game kind of decided by how many more smokes you have in the bag. As example, just free farming fire.
Vitality के 2 बचे हुए उसने रिवाइव दे दिया था उसको.
Twisted Mind still 4 alive. A lot of that having to do with the patience that they displayed in holding this compound, letting Shadow Esports just remain as a
भाई AGL कहाँ हैं? AGL के चारों प्लेयर्स बचे हुए हैं. ट्विस्ट के भी चारों बचे हुए हैं.
Just let them survive.
ट्विस्ट को अच्छी एक लोकेशन मिली हुई है. ट्विस्ट ने कंपाउंड ले रखे हैं. ऊपर जाना चाहिए. अरे यार ऐसी के पास है वो. कंपाउंड्स हैं ऐसी के पास. अब ट्विस्टेड के लिए बहुत ज़्यादा डिफिकल्ट होने वाला है. वाइटलिटी के लिए थोड़ा सा अच्छा है ये कि उनके पास सर्कल है पहले ही.
Fight between AGL, Liquid and GK.
उसने मॉली फेंका.
Shadow Esports going to get an opportunity to fix their mistakes from game 1 whenever they weren't able to hold off Myth as they made their push away. We'll see if they can hold off Twisted this time around. It's 4 a.m.
चलो ये तो रिवाइवल मिल जाएगा 4 AM को.
But still alive.
बट पैरो करेगी परेशानी. नेट फेंक के वो खत्म कर सकते हैं वैसे पैरों को. इजी हो जाएगा उनके लिए.
To try to dispatch with AGAL meanwhile. They're outside in the blue or right on the edge right now and they're taking a lot of damage here for Twisted.
गया कर दिया नॉक कर दिया.
Destroying him has gone down. It's going to be rough. It's going to be difficult. Maybe even impossible for them to get
6 हेल्थ किट है इसके पास. 5 बची है अभी.
Suna gets the point for Shadow Esports. As the leaderboard does light up quite a bit here.
भाई AGL के लिए थोड़ा टफ हो गया वो. ओपन में थे. ट्विस्टेड माइंड्स मुझे लगता है ये निकाल सकते हैं. ट्विस्टेड माइंड्स या ऐसी शैडो निकाल सकते हैं. ट्विस्टेड माइंड या शैडो निकाल सकते हैं इसको मैच को. उनके पास कंपाउंड से दोनों के पास अभी. जब कंपाउंड से ये हट जाएगा ये वाला जोन तब मजा आएगा.
Liquid might get a lot of points away from this game here. Hello, my bad fans. Shen here. Setsuna finds Songjang. We're down to just 6 teams now as 4AM is eliminated. Hello, my bad. And
भाई Vitality के वो दोनों बंदे निकाल रहे हैं. प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट्स तो निकाल लेंगे.
What a hold, Vitality. Down to 2. They took the quote-unquote bait ditch earlier. As Perfectix just solo pushing Teddy, and he's going to go down. Whoa. But the trade will get 2, and now Twisted Mind's in a little bit of trouble. Teddy holds the line, but goes down in the end to Team Liquid. Shadow Esports.
भाई Shadow ने थर्ड पार्टी करके निकाल लिया वो.
Damage has been done. All the teams that were coming from the west have been broken apart.
वो भी बंदा है एक वहाँ पे.
It's a 2v2 v1.
वो निकाल सकते हैं इन तीनों को हटा सकता है.
Can get both of these revives off.
Oh my God!
भाई वाइटलिटी के पीछे पैरो है. वाइटलिटी को पता नहीं पता है या नहीं पता. बट उनके पीछे है.
Look at this next circle here. Does go off the road here. Liquid's gonna have to make moves. Petrichor Road's gonna have to make moves, and Shadow.
4 टीम्स बची हैं.
The gods, their compound is still inside.
भाई ये कंपाउंड ऐसी के लिए बहुत बड़ी एडवांटेज हो गई है वो।
capitalize off of those two knocks. They
उसने
just
देख
have
लिया।
great position. There's no reason for them to push just yet.
बट मुझे नहीं लगता ये कुछ भी करेगा।
I-26 really, I think this
उसको आगे तो बढ़ना नहीं है, आगे जाना पड़ेगा उसको कैसे भी।
Luke 12 to see who has to move first.
वाइटैलिटी के पास जोन है, एससी के पास जोन है। पैरों को आना पड़ेगा।
Yeah, PetroCar Road about to be having a fight with Vitality. This could just be a straight up gift to Shadow.
Blue zone चालू हो गया।
Perfect third party opportunity from them. It looked like Twisted Minds had it in the bag, but Teddy denied everything from R8. Finally some points for them. 4 points overall, and now AGAL, one of the favorites in last place.
Like it might have been a rare misstep from Twisted Minds.
Oh, नहीं लग पाई, हेल्थ किट नहीं लग पाई। वाइटैलिटी, पैरो और एससी। अब उन्हें पता लग जाएगा, मुझे लग रहा है वाइटैलिटी को पता लग गया पीछे कोई है। अरे भाई वाइटैलिटी को पता लग गया होगा।
Together to be able to refrag so you don't lose players like that. The Twisted Minds made exactly that mistake, unfortunately.
Pay the price for it. Now Team Vitality on the hold here against PetroCar Road. They've managed to find a little bit of a hole with the high ground. They still got grenades left, and they're going to drop right on top of Halo My Bad. But it's not going to land.
Whoa, what a nade!
You have to hit those if you're PetroCar Road, and that's going to take down I-26. The smoke walls are going down
भाई वो कार उसके ऊपर ही आके गिर गई।
Go for the res. We'll see if Vitality lets them.
That's difficult.
Revival हो रहा है।
FynTrix might even be stuck under the car. It exploded straight onto him. He was ducked down in a hole.
Oh no!
He can't even get out.
He's stuck. Yeah.
The car slid onto the top of him here.
Oh भाई वो फंस गया।
Alive is a miracle.
पीछे से निकलने की कोशिश कर।
There for Vitality, but I don't even think they have any utility left to throw over at PetroCar Road. But PetroCar does have utility of their own to send down, and so does Shadow, who are taking the opportunity to take the center of the circle. And now they're trying to collect some more points. They will finish off PetroCar Road.
भाई Vitality का वो बंदा फंस गया वहाँ। वो भाई Shadow ले गई, nice। Shadow निकाल गई है।
Come in and get the massive win in match number 3.
What a way for them to defend that compound.
Nice. अच्छा निकाल लिया, अच्छा निकाला।
Teddy, and then take the chicken dinner here. Shadow Esports. What a way to do it. 9 points going into this. Levanza just laughing. What are you going to do here? They're able to get way more points than you actually expected for them.
Team Vitality was
that deep into the circle, found some holes, dug out, and put pressure onto PetroCar Road.
It was always going to be a tough game for Vitality once those circles kind of pulled away. They're fighting them from away from the south and just set it, and they should be.
इनके पास compound था इसलिए निकल गया वो.
The Twisted Minds basically allowed them to live right next to them without ever pushing them for a majority of that game, it felt like. And then in the end, as you said, Teddy just throwing just a wrench in the works for Twisted. It was like they didn't know he was there.
It felt like the way they set up was like, okay, as long as our part of the compound is in, we're just going to put pressure. You saw examples, tons of damage, no kills, sure, the other guys got most of it, but still, they were able to just think, okay, let's try to stay on the roofs, try to get as many kills as we can from outside the circle, and then we're going to deal with the compound later. It felt like an easy plan, but the way it got executed was just not the way to do it for Twisted Minds. Still, sure, they got points. They are so far ahead right now. They're still in the top 4, and it's looking good. And we're only halfway through day 1 here. 3rd game done, Poro. What's your thoughts so far on the teams?
Oh man, I mean, Myth looked absolutely dominant in their victory. Team Liquid now putting another good game up there as well. I think they're in sole possession of 1st place. So Team Liquid looking pretty strong. Twisted Minds, despite not getting a win just yet, they're looking pretty strong as well. You can't discount them. I mean, they exerted so much influence over that lobby this last game just because of that high ground that they were holding.
Shadow Esports, they know that they're about to win here. So excited.
That's massive, man. You can't help but smile. You can't help but be excited for them. I mean, this is a team, let's be honest, not a lot of people had very high expectations of coming into this. They're not a known commodity, but that is a big, big win for them here in match number 3 to follow a pretty good performance in game number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. found themselves in the boatyard, were able to set up and then take the chicken dinner here in game 3.
We love that. Well, 3 games down. We've still got 3 more left to play, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
जो भी स्ट्रीम पे बने हुए हैं, स्ट्रीम को लाइक जरूर करना, चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर दो अगर चैनल पे नए हो तो।
Hey there guys, it's Kalaris at the Esports World Cup, and we have an opportunity here to test all of our players to be able to identify some keen plays from some past tournaments. Today we're going to have Luke 12 and Cowboy joining me here. How are you boys doing? Doing okay?
Doing well, yeah. Doing good, doing good.
How are you feeling about your chances here to figure out some of these plays?
Not good about that. Yeah, not too good, not too good.
Not too good. All right, well, let's roll the first clip and see if they can identify a play from the past. Okay, we're on Miramar. A crash. Which teams or players may be in this clip?
Kenji and T.
Ding, ding, ding. That is a correct answer straight away from Luke 12.
I know this clip, I can't remember who. Yeah, I see the Genji logo now.
There you go, Genji and TE, the hold, 2v4. Okay, that's 1-0. Let's move on to the next clip. Actually, I can see on the leaderboard why this might be easy to identify.
It's Twisted and...
Twisted and someone not doing well.
Genji again?
I think Genji again, almost.
I'll give you a few more seconds. You're right with one team, obviously.
Hanto is
Arrow? I don't know.
No, I think in the end this one is Twisted versus All Gamers Global, actually. AGAL. Next one's yours, okay?
Oh, right.
You've got this next one.
Oh, Team Liquid.
Wait!
I got it.
He did it!
I did it.
ओ भाई देखते ही बता दिया वे W
Throw?
What's happening right there?
Some chaos.
Huh?
You know what's funny?
Genji, yeah.
What player is that?
I don't know. Some bullshit's happening.
You know what's funny? Is that actually, yes, of course, it is Liquid versus Genji, and it is described as Liquid BRDM Chaos versus Genji. Okay, that's amazing. Okay, let's move on to the next clip.
Team Liquid.
That's us.
ओ अच्छा इसमें था।
Bolt player.
Who?
Who's the Bolt? It's T5.
Guys, you're amazing.
एक कार से मारा।
Right now.
Out of North George?
Yeah.
Purdy Headshot versus T5.
Oh yeah, I remember this. Yeah.
There you go.
The Bolt guy.
All right, the final clip. Let's run it. Also might be quite difficult. From 2023, Game is 8.
This Pixel?
Oh, I remember this clip. Yeah, it's...
I don't know the teams. The Pixel's the guy that clutched, right?
Yeah,
ओ भाई
But you don't remember who it was
उसने
again?
उसमें blue zone बना के nades पहले ही कर दिया था throw.
Nope.
I have no clue.
It was E-Arena, but hey, you got Pixel. It's pixelated and you got Pixel. Guys, you did amazing. Well played, boys. I thought you were going to be doomed, but you knocked it out of the park. All right, that is our first iteration. Thank you very much, Luke. Thank you very much, Cowboy.
A team that nobody expected to do this well except one person. We were being told, don't even talk about them, don't bring him up. But Shadow Esports with the... That's right. In another top phase, you were believing in this team since the beginning.
I don't know if I go that far. I will say that I said that they needed to have a good day one because tomorrow is going to be probably the worst day of their competitive career because they have to go up against 17 for a bunch of drops. So they need to have a good day today, and my goodness, they sure did. Now, that was handed to them on a silver platter, the way that end game sort of played out, but I'm not going to disrespect it. A win is a win. Doesn't matter if it's an inch or a mile.
Look, we've seen a lot of teams with the same position who should have won not win, right? Not take the advantage and push that envelope forward. So the fact that they were able to get the win is great. Also, Setsuna, just great round from him. Really coming in the clutch right at the end with a couple kills. You know, maybe 1 or 2. Who knows?
Especially when we talk about that finish. I know Godspeed, when we were watching, it's like, man, that is one of the toughest finishes for a lot of the squads.
Yeah, so that circle, there's a few circles in Miramar are just horrible to play. That specific one around that compound south of water treatment is one of those, because if you're not already set up in the zone, especially where you saw teams like Twisted already trying to get set up, it's a crapshoot, right? How many times have we seen that Death Valley Road kind of just become a problem for the teams. And as you can see, it was not a problem for Shadow, though. They were able to kind of put
Team Liquid
themselves
second
in
पे.
that compound that I'm talking about, and that's exactly why they were able to weather the storm.
Team Vitality भाई वो दो बंदे जो बच गए ना, अच्छा लगा।
Liquid being able to bounce back in this one after Myth ended up just destroying them. You know what? We're just gonna go with
ऑलमोस्ट खत्म हो गई थी वाइटलिटी तो, वो तो बस बच गए। उसने एक प्लेयर को अपने रिवाइव दे दिया और उसके बाद वो लास्ट तक टिके हो गए भाई, टिक गए वो लास्ट तक। ट्विस्टेड माइंड्स भी भाई, शैडो के पास तो स्टार्टिंग से ही उनके पास कंपाउंड था, तो उनके लिए बहुत इजी था वो राउंड निकालना।
Being in that sort of middle of the rank on the leaderboard, but I'm seeing a very slow decline. And like with a player like Belmont on there, I just don't know how they're sort of going to bring this back. And they came from a first, I think, in the PUBG Thailand series. So I guess their sort of competitor at the moment is like the likes of Myth, where they're doing exceptionally well. But yeah, full sense, they're in a little bit of a sticky conversation, we'd say, and we're not sort of seeing any good truth from them.
If we learned anything about Full Sense at PGC,
ये कार की वजह से हुआ था यार वाइटलिटी के साथ, बहुत बुरा हुआ वहाँ पे।
Stages, we don't really know how they play, and I think they are being caught off guard. Now they did well in the Thailand series, but my pick for that and the reason they did that is I think it's a little bit weaker as a larger group, but more importantly, it's an aggressive style of play over there that I don't know that it translates as quickly to the international.
It's an APAC thing.
It is.
It happens in multiple games. I don't know what's going on in my region, guys, but we're just full send, but sometimes it don't work.
I mean, but that's literally what built APAC, right? When we talk about, the slump 2-3 years ago when they weren't that great, that was still always their style. You look at teams of the past like Day Trade, right? They were so fun to watch because they would just send it in, but they would die. And we're kind of seeing a little bit of a throwback to that, which I'm not really a big fan of, because when they were servers before AJAL, you have him as some of the best players in the world. At one point, he was the best player in the world. The trend of going backwards is not what we want to see from these guys.
And something that ended up helping out some of the squads there that were in the middle of the pack is that I believe from first place to 6th place in Circle 6, we only had 2 squads alive. Only 2 teams, which kind of allows some of the other teams to catch up, especially with the dominance that we were seeing earlier on out of Myth. One of those squads being Vitality as well.
Yeah, I mean, as far as Vitality goes, and I'll turn that over to you to talk about in a second. I do want to say that you can't hold this circle against anybody, though. As you brought up, this was a nothing burger of a circle, right? Yeah. And some teams had to try to make a feast out of it. I know Vitality tried, and others came through with a little bit of a better position.
I mean, I was just going to touch on our joke that we had. I think they may have heard us because we were talking a little bit of smack about Team Vitality being down the bottom there. But honestly, I think that kind of pulled in their favor. Do I think it's down to skill and... No, I think it was a bit of luck. I stared into the camera and said that one. I'm so sorry.
Toughies, you mentioned burger earlier, man. Come on, I'm over here gonna get hungry because I know somebody that's currently hungry for a lot of kills is none other than Luke 12. My goodness, his performance today, Godspeed. We saw him earlier on with the mortar, but now backing it up, it doesn't matter what he uses. He's just performing today.
Look, when Luke 12 first joined the STK standouts, right? Steve, you know this. He was arguably, in fact, I don't even say arguably, he probably was the best player on that team. We saw him clutch. He was the reason that Purdy was able to finally win his first regional title.
Overall ranking में team Liquid first पे चल रही है, Myth, Twisted Mind, Shadow, Vitality 6
I don't
पे.
want to say he slipped, but he definitely hasn't been that top performer we've seen or that we're used to. However, seeing this performance so far today, it's been wonderful to watch because Luke has always been a powerhouse on that squad.
The spark is back.
Yes.
Okay, the spark left and brought back the spark, if you understand what I'm saying. And it seems to work well.
Resilient.
Well, but I'm saying, see, I think the change in the squad gave a little fresh air there. But you got to remember, like Alo, Purdy, and Luke have been playing together for we had like decades. 7-8 years at this point. So they have that chemistry, they have that system, and when it works, it works. The thing I love about what they did is they got caught on that rotation trying to go over to the left side from the top. They lost 2 players and they turned back, hunkered down, held their position, and salvaged, I think it was 4 or 5 points out of that recovery. And that's what the difference is between winning and losing these events.
I also have to say that roster, you talk about the core 3, but when Sparking had joined that team, everyone was so excited and he was so dang talented. But Cowboy, I think, has been a wonderful addition, has been really stepping up in that roster as well. So I want to give a big shout out to Cowboy and his performances.
And he needs a haircut. You might see that.
Okay, I'm not saying all that.
He said it to me. He's like, where is the barber? And I said, I'm pretty sure there's one at EWC, don't worry.
There is one, actually. I ended up using it, so hopefully it looks okay.
Okay,
well, I'll let him know exactly where it's at. Maybe we'll have Kalaris catch up with him and talk about that hairstyle that he currently has. But for some of the other squads, I mean, we got to look at the bottom, too. This is the halfway point. We have AGAL. there towards the end too. This squad is going to have to step it up in a big way. You know what? We'll actually get a chance to talk about some of these other squads later on. But for right now, I'm hearing that we got something going on in the stage with Barney and Luti.
It's called the City of Love. Yeah. But you guys put garlic in everything. You must go through breath mints like crazy.
You know what, Bunny? What I wonder about London, it's called the Big Smokes, and you all have bad teeth.
Yo, okay. Well, snails are gross.
I know, but British food is like tasting of nothing.
Yeah, that's fair.
You suck at football!
Yeah, that is fair. Yeah. Truce?
Okay.
Okay, so we're about to go into match number 4. We need to rethink our strategy. What's our approach?
I think we just find a pickaxe, and we dig a hole, and we stay in it.
That's a good idea. Or we could get a third person's perspective on this next one. Casters, over to you.
I saw what you did.
Thank you so much, guys. It is going to be
match number 3, match number 4.
And it feels so good, my man.
So good, my friend.
Match number 4 is
back. It is
going to
start. Be awesome. Been having a ton of fun watching the games. You know, not as much fun joining, James on the stage just because it's James. But other than that, it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, we both got to go hang out with James for just a second. We're getting a pretty interesting situation going on with Shadow having to come up here at the end. Big shout out to Setsuna, of course, just a magnificent performance. And we just got to see them step up and him step up for his team whenever we looked at the ENC qualifiers. They got into that 4th place cusp position and barely managed to qualify for the main stage. So it has been just a good couple of weeks for Setsuna.
For sure, and he was also at PNC representing Indonesia just not too long ago. A very, very good player in his own right, really showcasing what he can do, given a little bit of space and opportunity. Very impressive the way he's able to lock down that compound and keep some really good teams out. They struggled with it in that first game. We highlighted it quite a bit that they couldn't hold Myth out, but there on that Miramar, no problems, and they come through with a big, big win. But over to Rondo we go next, Matt, and this one, playing path looks pretty fair, pretty much down the middle, almost a little southernly shifted.
Yeah, but we keep getting these hints of Jijina City here lately. We haven't gone Jijina City yet, but we just keep going on that eastern side. I would love to see if maybe we can get a Jijina City some point in the future, but
we got a Boatyard.
Team Liquid off of a good salvage in that last game is just being really consistent. We started the day kind of talking a little bit of trash about him. If it takes talking trash about Team Liquid for them to perform like this, consider me a #1 Team Liquid hater.
All right, go ahead. Speak your piece, my friend. I'll let you wrap. I might need to start going off a little bit about the Korean teams then, because they have been not doing so hot here today. GK and the Supers have been just a little bit kind of underperforming, I'd say.
I mean, it's day 1 Supers. I kind of consider that to be kind of how they start. It's always a slow roll. Circle does pop a bit off that river coming out of Jijina City over to the west of it, so that is going to be Full Sense, who also just had a little bit of trash thrown their way by the desk. Now they're going to find themselves centered in a very open circle, so this is going to be a really intriguing situation for them and how they're going to handle it. Myth going to be pretty close to this, but let's go ahead, and I think that we've got a little thing that we're going to check out here.
Yeah, I think we got a little bit of an interview that we want to hear from 4 a.m. soon. I promise.
When does it happen?
Eventually. Oh, I see what you did. How did I miss that? That was good. Well done, my friend.
龙都我最喜欢跳的是地图中心的车站，然后因为也是跟沙漠是雷同的嘛，然后地图圈中心，然后物资肥，然后肉点的人也多。
All right, Winda. 4 Angry Men, not a terrible day, not a great day, not a good day, but this is a squad I came in with a lot more expectations. Spaceman's been popping off, Shin kind of coming into the squad, having a lot of success, but Winda has been the guy so far whenever we've been looking at this, most notably today. 12 points on the day for 4 Angry Men is going to make for a lot more angry fans.
Yeah, I mean, they're a team that we know can pop off. We've seen it this year. I mean, we've seen what Shen can do. He is outrageously good.
मैच नंबर 4 स्टार्ट हो चुका है.
Having the players behind
क्रॉसबो ले लेना चाहिए. क्रॉसबो से हो जाए 4-5 शॉट.
We've also seen be really, really good in the past with Wenda. If he could keep performing at that level where he can bring in 2-3 kills for you, that's huge. That's going to open so many doors for a 4 a.m. team that should be really frag heavy. And we'll see if they can just kind of continue that momentum. They're going to have a pretty nice look at it, of course, starting from the Neox factory. So they're going to be a little bit more central circle early.
Oh, Tigger, you've got some Petrichor Road friends hanging out. We've been talking a lot about 4 Angry Men, but Petrichor Road's been having a quietly consistent day. Now they're going to find themselves a bit of a split right next to Tigger over here.
भाई FS का वो player बैठा हुआ है. पैरो. पैरो को तो नहीं पता, लेकिन हाँ इसको जरूर पता है FS को. FS के टिगर को पता है कोई ना कोई है close.
Tigger's pretty isolated, and I don't know if he has any idea that this is coming.
Yeah, something you felt a miss for him for sure. It feels like he at least had some kind of sound cues that people were close, and now he definitely knows. Yeah, now he definitely knows. But the way he was playing it so cautiously really led me to believe that something was amiss for sure. And he is just going to try to get on out of there. Maybe a little bit of a rescue mission here from Tanadol. Trying to loop his way back in. And it looks like this should be successful. You've got a little bit of coverage. This is a nice little setup for full sense.
Yeah, there's also a couple of hillsides that you can retreat away from. The timing on it's pretty good. Gamma is going to be getting to a hillside cluster just to the east of this in a little while. But it's not going to be a problem yet. They should be able to regroup just fine. That means the Petrichor Road gets control over the center of the circle. To the east of them is going to be R8. To the northeast of that is going to be where 4 Angry Men are going to be playing. And remember that river does cut in around that area where R8 as well as 4 Angry Men are. While Twisted is getting more and more separation and control towards the center of the circle, that does kind of put them on opposite sides of 4 Angry Men.
Yeah, that's going to be kind of the expected split there.
Twisted
and 4AM, given how they split the test track in the Neox factory. We didn't see anything.
Twisted एक अच्छी लोकेशन मुझे लग रहा है सर्च कर रहे हैं होल्ड करने के लिए.
So Twisted, I mean, you got to give Twisted a ton of credit here. 29 points already today. You know, unfortunately not being able to have Lou come in the tab, a very good player, no doubt, as a coach, able to step through and help do some serious damage. But, you know, the 3 main players that are still here are very, very good, of course, as well. And these guys just continue to thrive no matter the situation.
Vitality on a little bit of an adventure here. Windows going to be on the other side, and that was so easy.
वो निकाल दिया भाई उसने, निकाल लिया.
Easy point for 4 Angry Men. Vitality, who have been kind of looming around in these later stages, now presently in 6th place, going to have an early out for one of their players, and going to make it a little bit more complicated.
भाई Vitality का एक बंदा निकाल दिया, उन्होंने डाउन कर दिया.
Tail inning, just coming into the circle to the
बाकी बंदे कहाँ Vitality के?
Yeah, this feels like
आसपास तो कोई नहीं दिख रहा.
Offering up a little bit of a different look to what maybe you had seen in the past from them on similar circles, because Vitality pretty confident to just send a player up on top of this roof, assuming that it would be safe. But 4AM this time actually leaves a bunch of players back, and they're going to profit for it. So that feels like a move that could be just related to trying to do something different than what you've shown your opponents previously.
We do also have an emergency pickup that has been called. It looks like it is going to be anyone's legend taking that with 2 of their players. Dylan already going to be approaching the circle. Him going to be going back behind that one. Try to jump over the EMP. Vitality is going to have tons of information.
बदला लेने का वक्त आ गया, बदला लेने का वक्त आ गया.
Eyes on Winda, but he's not providing too much of an easy target.
देख लिया उन्होंने देख लिया.
A couple more shots coming from range, make it a little bit more complicated, but Winda should be fine as that emergency pickup is called. Teams that are not yet inside the circle, Nemesis is just now touching it. Supers is just crossed in, but Team Liquid as well as Tyloo down to the southwest, they still have a little bit more of pathing to go, while Myth has also just entered the circle.
And it looks like Tyloo's going to go for an emergency pickup as well, so they've got a few options to get into this next circle, maybe try to time
FS और Vitality की होगी fight, मुझे लग रहा है अच्छी.
It looks like full sense, again, that early rescue mission, keeping them out of the clutches of Petrichor Road. Tanadol is the Dragunov and just doing a little bit of peeking around, seeing what's going up in the air. Of course, Rondo, you're going to have some aerial threats that you're going to have to maybe worry about. Twisted, going to be seeing the supers drive by.
This should be
Twist और DNS की fight हो गई. Twist और DNS की. एक को डाउन करना पड़ेगा. एक को डाउन कर देना चाहिए.
Control this territory just to the southwest of where they're going to be playing at is
Twist
going to be where
वाले
Shadow is.
कितने
It looks like supers don't have too many other options.
Split
So they're
में.
going to send it opposite side of where Petrichor Road is playing. If they can get through this stage of the gauntlet, there is at least going to be some open terrain before they get to full sense in that VP territory.
DNS बहुत risky move ले रहे थे, बहुत risky.
A couple of hills, I think
अरे
there's a couple of shacks, and yeah, okay, a couple of rocks too.
Rex is fine, able to hang on there with a little bit of a love tap from his teammates. As let's see how they want to split this up. Supers looking like they're trying to figure out exactly what they can, you know, work with here in this situation.
It's one of those moments where you realize, why is nobody playing the center of the circle? Oh, this is the center of the circle. Nobody really likes it here. So, I mean, yes, they can dig down, they can do some stuff.
सेंटर ऑफ द सर्कल तो मेरे हिसाब से नहीं लेना चाहिए क्योंकि फिर वहाँ हर जगह से एकदम सबकी तरफ से फाइट हो जाती है। ओ डाउन कर दिया उसने, डाउन कर दिया एजीएल ने, पूरा खत्म भी कर दिया उसको। ऑडी में घूम रहा है।
Thought maybe they could do a safe rotation there, but AGAL sets up a little bit of a trap, and Delwyn comes through with the big kill early.
अभी तक पैरो का एक डाउन हुआ है, वाइटलिटी का एक डाउन हुआ है,
little bit southeast, but it's going to cut out
और साथ में एक जीके का।
That goes from Jadena City over towards the left, so just a lot of different options in play.
Okay, GK looks like they're wrapping back over.
DNS की फाइट हो गई है
Supers with
FS के साथ।
just sends it right into the territory where Full Sense has got control. Shadow is going to be on the other side of this. There's just not enough space inside this circle as we move closer to Tooling. Means that we've got a lot of hillsides, way more cover, less barren circle.
और ट्राई करना चाहिए
That means
मुझे
that there's
लगता
going to be
है।
a lot of teams just trying to force their way in. Tyloo on top of Team Liquid in the south. Anyone's Legend's going to have to be roaming right in behind GK.
ओ उसने 17 डाउन किया उसको।
Here to the north as Shadow is going to at least sneak by, but on the other side of this is going to be Twisted as well as R8 and just to the south of it, of course, Petrichor Road.
Yeah, things are getting really clustered. A lot of teams feel like they need to get in here in Adantong, and it is, of course, one of the few areas that's safe. Like you were talking about, a lot of wide open stuff that's not so good. Example, will take down I2 6v6. And you're looking at them continuing to put pressure through here. Love
Pyro
to see them play
versus
with the
Twist.
confidence. That's a
Pyro versus Twist हो गया।
Ming Ming doesn't catch him though. Ming Ming able to get around the side of that box quick enough. Isn't going to find any more damage.
भाई पैरो का एक अकेला फंस गया यहाँ पे सबके बीच में। ओ कैसे? वो पूरा डाउन करेगा उसको। गया। ये क्या देख रहे हो? अरे PUBG Battleground, PUBG Battleground.
But instantly rebuffed by a very aggressive Twisted Minds.
I love this from Twisted Minds. I mean, you know, the circle shift not super favorable for you overall. Some teams were ahead of you in the rotation game. 0-4 is laughing a bit there. He's like, that fence normally.
I feel that. It's every single time you think you're going fast enough just to break through the fence, it never feels fast.
Yeah. I don't believe there is such a thing. I just don't try to hit him anymore. I just gave up. It's a lot of damage being done to him.
Everybody's going to be trying to hit him now. He managed to hit the fence and manages to survive so just narrowly.
It is by the skin of his teeth for sure. But he will get there, and, well, it's a place. It's not a safe place in the long run. Maybe he gets unaccounted for. Maybe the teams that know he's there, in particular GAM, just kind of has to deal with other stuff, and he's left to survive for a while. But that car is going to make it very obvious.
My eyes are drawn back up to the north. You can see R8 that we kind of have eyes on looking at Twisted. But Twisted trying to get their reses back in. 4 Angry Men has to go over to the east. Vitality's got to go to the west. And remember, this is the more open section of the map, so they have to make it by R8. Twisted, luckily, being distracted right now, should provide a little bit more maneuverability for both these squads. Circle Pops does go to the southwest. So Perfectic's going to come right back into a very clustered circle. Oh my God, just look at everybody stacked up on top of each other in the center.
Yeah, and it's going to remain that way for at least another couple circles, it looks like, for sure. Pretty much about like 99%. That's going to be the case. Look at our 4 AM boys. They found themselves a little bit of a prize. BRDM will be getting a really nice bit of extra protection. We saw this BRDM be really impactful for Team Liquid in the previous game, where Luke was able to use that to get into the fields and survive a lot longer than you normally would in a situation like that. So looking to 4 AM, maybe try to replicate that success.
Anyone's Legend just creeping in right back behind Team Liquid. Team Liquid does have Alo right on the edge of the zone, so they're just going to go ahead and let Team Liquid rotate in front of them. There is a couple of hillsides to play over here that should get you some distance away from Tyloo, but it feels not as good as you want it to. So a little bit longer of a wrap over here into the west could find you a compound, but it's going to be right on the edge of the zone. Anyone's Legend, though, could have to deal with Nemesis that is wrapping in from the east, as the slower approach coming up from Anyone's Legend could be punished.
Well, you're right. It is kind of their game, though. They're willing to take some fights out in the open. Curious if anything will brew. Meanwhile, Vitality trying to thwart 4 AM from pushing in this direction. And maybe 4 AM, even with the safety of that BRDM, feels like, oh, we should try something a little bit different here. Your biggest concern, of course, when you're in that armored vehicle is that there's just a Panzer waiting for you on one side or another. Meanwhile, teams are just going to light it up as much as they can to weaken it as much as they can for the later stages. Empty Getting a lot of damage in there. He's protected by his own vehicle. Not sure how much longer that'll last. Just wants to see how much exactly he can find.
This doesn't feel good. There's no easy approach in, but 400 Man jumps out, does get the knock and the flush on to Teddy. This BRDM is just taking a battering. It's Twisted on one side, R8 on the other, and even Levante still taking the shots on the backside of R8 does manage to connect. That's going to be easily picked up, I would imagine. Well, not easily. He's got to kind of curve it over the top of the hillside, but I don't think that R8's going to be able to chase that too efficiently. They got way too many problems in front of them.
Yeah, right now R8 is in a very precarious situation. Twisted Minds as well, starting to angle in this direction. So 4AM's BRDM looking very much not safe anymore. A little bit of damage done as they pop up over the hill. Example, retreat back to the safety of his vehicle, which has taken a bit of a pounding itself. PerfectX does have a little bit of space where he can take a moment to regroup and recover, maybe look for some new armor. Indeed, that is exactly what he's looking for.
We've got all of Nanqing that's essentially supervising this firefight that's going on between some of Vitality, 4 Angry Men, R8, and Twisted. So it is going to be Shadow as well as Full Sense. Super's mostly focused to the south as they've got Geekay that's next to him, but that's what's led to this really awkward rotate for all these guys over here, having to make more commitments in top of each other, and Levante continues to find more onto R8. This is going to be bigger and bigger for Vitality the longer it goes because Vitality's got so much control over the West.
Yeah, and I'd like to see Twisted Minds strike right now. They should. Levante going to clean up a couple more there, and here comes Twisted Minds. They are trailing 4AM. They are trying to take them down. Shen is taking a bunch of damage, and he has in fact been knocked. And there's a ton of util still in the bags here for Twisted Minds. As we cycled through some of their players, I saw a lot still available.
Vitality had to surrender the position with Levante, so they're going to go back to their high ground where they have Quizzy at. Also, still have Hello My Bad providing some supervision, but it's Twisted on the manhunt right now. They know where R8 is back behind him. They know that 4 Angry Men is weakened in front of them. Hello My Bad's going to be taking the shots right at 4 Angry Men in front of him on one side, but here comes the rest of Vitality. As 4 Angry Men has nowhere to go, they're going to have to run up this hillside, but good shots. 2-4 Hello My Bad down to his belly.
What's the escape valve here for Hello My Bad, or is he just really stuck? Is there really no hope? Just try to fight through and see if you can at least get a kill out of it. Meanwhile, that was a knock from Levante, an example. Gonna steal that one for his 4th of the match already. Twisted Minds now under pressure. It's Shadow Esports, your previous game winners, looking to see if maybe they could take down your defending EWC champions here. And Setsuna gonna take a charge at it. PerfectX able to get away.
Not gonna get much out of it, and this is gonna make for a terrible position. That rock cropping right up in front of him. Twisted's gonna wrap around the other side of it. There's no cover to be had. Setsuna in a ton of trouble. He's gonna go down. That leaves just one up, and Twisted already knows where he is. Empty on the other side of it, though. Does at least manage to get a knock onto Petulins.
Okay, grenade dodge there by Hansi. Example, though, gonna go for the second layer. Comes up just a bit short. Hansi again making the move. The tab slides on into the smoke, seeing if maybe he could get a little lucky and find Hansi hanging out inside of there, looking for safety, but some of that terrain going to be affording him that for now. It's just a matter of can he do any more damage before he goes down, it feels like.
Twisted just racking up the kills. Eyes on that 9th one. Spots it out. Tab's going to pick it up. That is a massive kill count already for Twisted, and they have to go into the circle yet again. Can they avoid the Nanqing firing lines is the real question. They either have to wrap into that or the Levante hillside control from Vitality.
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not sure how it'll all play out. So we have 0-4, who somehow managed to get out of that building he was stuck in. Credit where credit's due. That was not an easy spot to be in, but he is just as much in trouble. It feels like, it doesn't look like he's going to get caught by that Molotov. Fortunately for him, that'll afford him the opportunity to try to go for the first aid. Has the smoke for a little bit of cover as well. Stayed going to throw a smoke of his own. Looking to just spam through and try to get a little bit lucky, but still has a bunch of frags in the bag.
This is so throwing off Nimbus's control over the circle, too. The longer he stays out there, finally do manage to take down Petrichor Road. But now they're going to have to deal with Tyloo in front of them on one side, Myth to the north of them. Circle does them favor, though, pops away from that southern area of control, and everybody in Nanqing is breathing a sigh of relief. They were terrified.
Astro है ये क्या?
But now here is the firing line coming up from Vitality.
ओ भाई, Vitality ने देख लिया, दोनों को देख लिया. अरे यार, निकाल देना चाहिए था पहले.
Try to bolster their defenses here, so they're going to reposition. Hello, my bad.
भाई जोन में जाना भी जरूरी है Vitality को.
Into the
Whoa,
lines, and yeah,
nice.
Getting absolutely lit up by Quizzy. The grenade is good from
गया ये तो.
Twisted Minds trying to regroup. PerfectX is getting away from
ये गया.
those follow-ups. Oh, they almost got him.
I mean, Levante is just playing out of his
भाई कितना थोड़ा सा बच रहा है.
trying to make so much control over to the north. Still coming over there. Of course, the rest
वो रिज की वजह से बच रहा है वो बार-बार नेट से.
Realized it's going to be hard to make this cross because just down this hill is going to be where VP has got.
पुश कर रहे हैं, पुश कर रहे हैं, पुश कर रहे हैं. ओह आए वो बचा लिया उसने.
Well, they kind of revealed that there was nobody in the middle of these smokes, and so they're trying to now figure out if they can get anything else done.
ओ भाई पूरा निकाल दिया. वो अभी मार दिया उसने.
Rex though actually gets the knock, and Perfectix taking down Hello My Bad. Perfectix the only one left now for Twisted.
All right, so Perfectix, you get to run next to VP, who's fully.
भाई vitality हो गई down.
Just even touch the circle. This is going to be brutal down to the south. It is
AGL भी गई.
Nemesis is eliminated. Anyone's Legend manages to find their way into the circle. Now Team Liquid.
इन्होंने AGL क्यों लिखा हुआ दिखा दिया था अभी.
There is a focus of mortars right on top of Tyloo.
Yeah, this is Tanvu.
Oh!
Almost gets the knock there, or the flush, excuse me. Oscar. Just coming up a little bit off. Another
Tyloo बचा कितना सा.
More available there.
Look at this cross. We've got Anyone's Legend defending one side. Team Liquid with nowhere to go. VP doing a great job in the defensive territory. Mortar still raining down right on top of Tyloo, but Team Liquid.
ओ भाई Tyloo के साथ कितना बुरा चल रहा है बे. गए गए.
That was huge, and this is a good timing from Liquid, but Lee was unaccounted for on the outside. AGAL as well looking at his VPs.
भाई टीम लिक्विड आ गई, टीम लिक्विड आ गई. गए 2-3 गए, ये भी गया गया.
Putting themselves in the crossfire to go for the kills. Nades rolling down right on top of Team Liquid. Can they weather the storm of VP? And they are doing just.
भाई उसने ब्लू जोन भी बना दिया वहाँ पे.
That stalled out VP, but VP's now turned their focus looking into Anyone's Legend.
I mean, it's just a timing thing right now, and there's enough protection for Virtus Pro that they can rain damage and grenades.
Team Liquid में भी एक ही बचा है बस.
These other teams look at what they've created for themselves with this little valley that they have on top of this hill. That's going to be Purdy Curdy going down to Nixie's grenade. Himas is back because he's realized he has stepped out into Virtus Pro's firing line and he is in trouble.
Virtus, oh,
there is nowhere to go.
वो बहुत बचा. 12 HP पे बचा बस वो.
has more space to work with. The circle's popped and it's moved away, gone a little bit further over to the northeast. So Anyone's Legend can try to step away.
Revival तो मिल जाएगा उसको.
Barren circle. There's nowhere to really go. Anyone's Legend knows that they're going to be walking into a potential crossfire that has now been set up by Myth, who's got
टीम लिक्विड का भी एक ही बचा है.
has Scappy all the way over in the due east.
And I'm also looking at the supers to try to make their way out from that very northern side.
Oh भाई बहुत difficult है, बहुत tough है, बहुत tough है.
Corey's trying to scramble in there to see what he can do about maybe rezzing Tanvu. Hong F keeping Baron pinned down. Perrin does get the flush onto Duck Juice, so that's one player out of the equation for GAM. That blue zone, I don't know if that gets anybody. Luke 12 just got a double on the backside.
Myth has to be so focused over here. We've got Myth on one side, DK on the other. Don Ching has been abandoned.
Revival तो मिल जाएगा उसको. Revival मिल जाएगा उसको. मुझे लग रहा है नेट्स इनके खत्म हो गए. नेट नहीं है इनके पास.
Down here to the south with those nades that you're talking about. VP trying to crawl their way forward, but Luke 12 has done enough to defend. Is Anyone's Legend going to try to pounce on this?
That's a great question, and I think this is a perfect.
दोनों को revival मिल जाएगा easily.
Might have spelled the demise of Virtus Pro. Nixie looking to stick the revive. Looks like he will get it onto Correxy. They're safe for now. Corey's fighting tooth and nail to stay alive. He did take down Tanadol. Oh, Flash still alive, but very beat up.
Himas has just abandoned that firefight. He's sending it into the circle. So there's going to be now somebody taking peppering shots, maybe on the other side of Myth. They've got to be careful. Scappy.
अरे नहीं. गया.
So suddenly Gam,
इतना बचा. इसे cover देना पड़ेगा उसे.
And Myth can't keep control over this angle. Gam's trying to fight their way in.
They're doing their best.
मिथ ले गया उसको. मिथ ले जाएगा. गया. बोला था मैंने वो ले जाएगा उसको.
Out of the equation. And now you're looking at Myth afforded an opportunity here to go for some revives.
Double res, full abandonment of control. They just need to get their players back up and ready to go. Full Sense has now made a push more over into the west as it is going to be super.
Oh, मौली गलत फेंकी. भाई GK versus DNS हो गया.
Way to get through this. Finally, at least gets one knock. But they have taken so many casualties on this push.
ये ओ गया वो.
Exactly sure where the players are, and they're trying to fish through the smokes to see what they can find, but. Right now, GK not offering up much. I mean,
अच्छी locations hold है.
As a JS9 here, ready to go. Oh heaven, trying to run through.
Oh.
He's lit up as he tries to do so.
एक मॉली अगर फेंक दी तो काम हो जाएगा, एक मॉली अगर फेंक दी तो काम है।
Fulsen's other side of this, waiting to see if they can jump in.
Oh भाई,
Songjon pops off the moment that he is needed. Any idea what's going on around? Big explosion. The supers are eliminated, but now it is just
कितना सा बचा वो?
and Fulsen's is on the full push.
Now what a play there from Songjon to use that C4. Won that fight for himself in what could have been a much more dangerous situation where maybe he goes down and it's Super still with a player up. Instead, Fulsen's gonna try to see if they can claim his point, but Songjon,
चलो
not an easy task. He's gonna go over to an AUG, it looks like, but Belmont has a Groza in this situation. Level 3 gear, that is so scary, even though Songjon has some level 3 gear of his own. So in terms of
अरे इतना बाहर क्यों जाना है?
That blue Virtus Pro is like, we know you want those.
Yeah, nobody down to the south can move. Myth has gotten control over all angles of approach. So VP, anyone's legend, last player for Tyloo and Lee, they're all just trapped over there. Even Songjon across the circle entirely. No way that he can step out of it. It's just going to be the firing line set up from Myth, and everybody that's trying to get into the circle, hoping that maybe Gam gets a good angle onto Myth.
As for Songjon here, you're almost hoping that Virtus Pro is forced into a bad
Zone में तो जाना पड़ेगा.
So they can't third party this fight, and you're at least given the
Zone छोटा होने वाला है.
Going to use the smoke just to make sure that angle is cut off from his right hand side. Waiting with the stuns, throws one out. In full sense, not really bothered by that. And Songjon looking to see if he's found the timing, and he's found a dip.
That is so well played. Realizes the moment whenever VP has to go, but VP is just going to send it right into the circle. That's going to put them in a crossfire by everyone.
VP की.
Taking shots. Anyone's legend. Even Lee looked like he
was भाई ये GL ने निकाले.
Suddenly now VP, where do you go with just Beamy out next to the blue?
Yeah, Beamy, an expert salvager.
6 टीम्स बची हैं अभी, जिसमें AGL के चारों बचे हैं भाई. उनके पास एडवांटेज है, नंबर एडवांटेज है.
So good, he's got a blue zone to follow up here too. That's the last of the damaging utility, and it looks like that he had, but Hong F still had a little bit. Baron trying to get up there and thwart him, but he can't.
There's nowhere to go. Myth has drawn so much aggro from taking shots at everybody for so long. It is going to be Glory's up on top of this. Spots goes for the peek around side. He does go down. And that is going to be Esports eliminated, but Myth has taken massive casualties. Anyone's legends making the push in from the south.
A Myth.
Oh भाई, उसने मार दिया दोनों को.
Their dominance on this lobby. And you would think basically
FS को होल्ड करना पड़ेगा. टाइलू का एक बचा है.
Almost there. Lee trying to wait things out, trying to hide here from AGA.
अरे देख लिया था उसको, देख लिया था उसको.
Gets the prize.
Creeps forward, 10 kills, finding a big game. It's been pretty quiet from these guys so far, so how much more can you get out of it?
भाई AGL ने 10 बहुत अच्छे पॉइंट्स निकाले इसमें.
Control of the circle, but they do have a mortar and they know where everybody is. Flash still being a distraction on the other side for Myth.
Myth का अगर ये भी निकला तो फिर मुझे लगता है कि ये फिर तो फर्स्ट पे ही है.
Gotta wonder if everybody else watching this game is hoping that AGL falters so they don't get further into the tournament, potentially try to keep them out of that grand finals if possible, but a tough team to keep down, no doubt about it, especially you've got players like him.
इतना चिपक के नहीं रहना चाहिए, एक नहीं डालेगा बढ़िया सा और गड़बड़ हो जाएगी.
Doing work and that mortar almost gets flash.
That's all that really has to happen though. He's just trying to
Oh, मार दिया, FS गया.
That is going to go to AGA.
It's AGL versus Myth.
Kill in the bag as they continue to stack it up. Twisted had a
Myth number 1 पे चल रही है.
How much more can anyone's legend get on the other side of it? Myth at the top of the leaderboard right now at 44 points. They've got control over the northern section of the circle and did just get the knock on to Delwyn. What more can they find?
It's a good question. They've at least temporarily made it a 3v3 and a headshot on to destroy.
Oh, बचा.
Forces him back behind the
ये किस पे?
to see if he can get a heal off.
बच गए भाई, मिथ के बच गए.
Too far there with the mortars, so right now AGAL not going to be able to recover their captain.
भाई पूरी पिट बना देता है वो तो उसमें.
Anything going with Delwyn, get that flush has allowed Destroy to get closer, but as he's starting to try to just get into the circle, a couple of shots are coming his way. AGAL is pretty trapped over onto point. Myth has got that little bit of a lip coming into the road, and they just keep peeking right underneath of, I guess, what is it, the railings that are over there?
Yep.
That is such a brutal angle to try to hit. You have to be so exact, but we know AGAL can play that way.
For sure. This can come down to a situation where, you know, AGAL's players just hit some really nice shots, or maybe Myth kind of overextends a little bit. Right now, you're absolutely right.
कितना होल्ड करा, मुझे लग रहा है लास्ट तक लेके जाएंगे भाई इसको. ये लास्ट तक रोक के लेके चलेंगे इसको.
in Phase 9. That can change the dynamic of a fight rather quickly. AGAL, still a couple vehicles there. Not sure if there's any more mortars left in any of the trunks or anything like that, but smoke's going to have to be deployed here by AGAL to try to survive this.
I mean, there's a bit of a lip that they can try to get to that's just on the other side of the road.
मिथ के पास कार है ना, वो ट्राई करना चाहिए कार का कवर बना के.
Just more to the northwest is the weakest angle of defense that Myth has got set up. So Sololzi's going to try to use that little bit of a ridge to creep forward a bit more, finding something. Looks like Himas going to hop in a vehicle, try to do the same thing. They're not going for a lot. They're just trying to get enough to get some angles on the other side of it. Looks like Kiss trying to go for a counter move on it. Does move across through it. Scabby trying to get nade range. They're starting to
ओ भाई नेट चालू हो गए, नेट चालू हो गए. बच गए. ये ले गया, ये गया. ओ कार की वजह से बचा. ओ कार की वजह से बचा वो. अरे ये मिथ एक बिल्कुल क्लोज बैठा हुआ है उनके.
Trying to get through here, throws a stun ahead. They didn't know he was coming from that angle. Kiss takes a couple down, but Himas isn't going to be able to hang on.
Oh man,
he's going to take the game.
अच्छा निकाला मिथ ने, अच्छा निकाला है.
So cleanly played, but Himas right there at the
Nice.
end, taking it down into a 1v1.
Woo! That was fun. That was a lot of fun. That last fight was on a knife's edge between those two teams. Could have gone either way, it felt like.
Oh, that's why I love PUBG International play. So much technical movement that's going on. Realizing that some situations are just bad. And remember, we had Twisted dead for what? 3-4 circles at that point, and how many kills they find? 12. That is an absolutely nutty game from them.
A brilliant game. I mean, understanding that they still need to maintain that aggression, keep those points, you know,
AGL थी, Vitality
थी. They can get Lou back in the mix. If they're playing like this with that kind of confidence, just imagine what this team can do at full strength.
Oh, where do you even want to dive into it? I mean, AGAL coming alive down in that lower section, finding so much. This is why so many people have such big expectations of him. He's just such a great player, but it feels like sometimes it's just so inconsistent, man. If he could find a way to consistently get like these 3 or 4 kills every single game, he would just be so hard to hit.
Yeah, I agree. Let's get a quick listen in there. Just a little nice. Yeah, I mean, Himas and Kiss, two of the best players we have in the world right now.
Yeah, and I mean, going back in the days whenever they were still under Forest and everything else,
like
Kiss
second chicken dinner
he can make some magic happen for himself. They know how to play, get into good positions to play around. And a squad that I was thinking that was going to be like a bit more dominant today was VP, who just can't seem to find a path into the circle due to defensive lines that are being set up by squads like Myth and the way that they controlled that circle.
Yeah, it is a bit surprising. I was really encouraged by that first game we saw from VP, but since then, they haven't really been able to kind of muster much. So let's see if they can start to bounce back a little bit in these last couple games. We got 2 more to go today.
Oh man, it has been absolutely crazy through all of this, and see kind of what's happening off that last round. Myth, of course, with a big game, 19 points. Anyone's legend back behind that with a 17, but Twisted Minds not even touching placement. Just off of kills are going to be in 3rd place.
Oh, that's incredible, dude. That team just never ceases to amaze. Every time you come to an event and Twisted is there, you know they are going to be a force to be reckoned with. DK getting some points, Gam, Full Sense having some okay point accrue, ability to accrue points in there. Super still kind of weird.
Well, we've been talking a lot about what's going on with Twisted and everything else, so let's go ahead. I think that Barney's got himself
match ranking Myth, AGL, Twisted.
Right, we are here on the main stage with Batulins here from Twisted Minds. An impressive day so far. I've got to say, let's quickly touch base on Toffees. Had a chat with you earlier today to discuss your kind of team alterations coming into today. Give us an update from your perspective.
Well, so we have been informed just before the tournament start that we have to play with the coach because our player is not here because of visa. And coach didn't play for like 3-4 years, I don't know how many years. And feel like he still managed to know how to play the game, right? Because it feels like we actually play pretty well. I hope we're gonna do better and better, like every game. But I'm really happy. I'm really happy. We didn't expect anything from today, and like we are kind of good. So yep.
You should be happy, man. Now, let's talk in a bit more detail about those games, right? You've had 2 top 5 finishes in the first 4 games. Talking about that 4th game, the one that you just played, look, you're on the edge of zone. It's a really difficult scenario. You're not really going to be able to get into the center. So from your perspective, is it just, let's try and just farm as many kills until we go down? Because it kind of feels inevitable at this point, and you managed to get 12 kills.
Yeah, I would say that this game was a classic Twisted Minds from like FPP era. Like we literally like saw the circle. We knew we're not gonna get there anyhow. So we just decided to farm everyone, and we did very successfully. So I'm just very happy with what we have done.
No, it's been pretty impressive to see so far. Like you said, the expectations might have been slightly lowered because of your situation, but you guys are making the best of it. Finally, before I let you go, let's talk about your experience, your history as a team. I kind of looked into it. You and Lou and Perfectus have been playing with each other since 2019. What's the secret? What is the secret to maintaining this level of consistency over such a long period of time?
Well, you know, like, it just, like, people, hardworking people found each other, and we had the same goal for like the whole life. I mean, it already feels like a life, you know. Yeah, we just managed to work and work and work, and I guess some good results helped us to stay together. Yeah, and just the same mindset. We keep staying together, and we keep playing good. You see. So yeah, that's how it is. I don't know, like it's not often, right, in esports when teams stay together for such a long time, but we do so, and I'm happy that I'm in this team.
Well, we love to see it, my friend. And you know what? You've done so well so far. It's only day one. There's so much more to play, but at the same time, it's incredible to see what you guys have managed to pull out of the bag in day one, especially in your current situation. That's Batulins from Twisted Minds. We've got so much more PUBG action coming your way right after this.
Was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hey, Kalaris in the crowd here for EWC 2026, day number 1 for PUBG. Of course, you guys can be involved with everything that's going on as well with the EWC app that is currently being played out. You can kind of pick who you think is going to be winning the next games coming on up. I'm with Andy here in the crowd. Hey, Andy. Hey. How are you doing, man, so far?
Yeah, really enjoying the games. It's really an immersive atmosphere. I'm really enjoying it, yeah.
Awesome stuff. So I want to know from you, let's go for today, right? Who you think is going to do well so far? You've seen a few games here and there. So what's been your thoughts about some of the teams that have performed so far, as well as who you're rooting for?
I've been really impressed with Myth. They've been taking like really aggressive fights, third part in a lot of fights, and they're climbing up the leaderboard. So I've been really impressed with them. And I'm hoping to see VP do a little bit better. Apart from Falcons, obviously they're tomorrow. So VP, I'd like to see VP do a little bit better today. Yeah,
absolutely. Have you watched a lot of kind of the VP wins from before? Obviously they looked really good at some of the PGSs, not so good at some of the other ones.
Yeah, they were dominating some of the PGSs. Obviously since the roster changes, so yeah, I've been really impressed with what they've been doing, so they need to step it up today.
Yes, they do. All right, well, hey, thank you very much for joining me here, Andy. That's been us here. Make sure to check out the EWC Play apps to get your predictions in, just like Andy has. Myth leading to here were phenomenal. They were spectacular. Not only the two-time PGS now champions, but also one of the most dominant results of all time. They are so good right now that if they can continue that on here at this Esports World Cup, everybody else should be scared.
ผมรู้สึกว่าตอนแรกไม่คิดว่าจะได้แชมป์แต่ก็รู้สึกพอได้แชมป์ก็ดีใจและรู้สึกภูมิใจทีมทุกคนมากๆที่เชื่อใจกันและกันแล้วก็คว้าแชมป์มาได้ครับแค่รู้สึกว่าเล่นให้มันสนุกก็พอแล้วพอเราได้เป็นแชมป์เนี่ยรู้สึกว่าภูมิใจในทีมแล้วก็รู้สึกดีใจครับแล้วก็สนุกมากๆครับสำหรับรายการ PGS
I think Myth is really good at finding areas that aren't as like defendable, and they find info really well, and they find the kink in the armor, if you want to say, and they exploit that really easily, and they end up getting a lot more space because of that, and I think that worked really well for them in those tournaments.
Myth are very good. They've adapted super well to the new playstyle, the destructible terrain, the new fast zones. They've been extremely good. I think they're very aggressive and they like to set up in front of everybody. So they get dug in, they get into really good spots, and then if they don't have a good circle, they just get any advantage they can and then crash a team or knock somebody and just go as crazy as they possibly can on them.
คิดว่าต่างกันที่มีทีมหน้าใหม่มามากขึ้นครับไม่ได้เจอทีมเดิมๆรวมถึงทีมหน้าใหม่เราอาจจะไม่ได้คุ้นชินสไตล์กับเขาว่าเขาเล่นยังไงเราคงต้องทำกันบ้านมากขึ้นแล้วก็บวกกับมีความกดดันที่ขึ้นชื่อว่า EWC
รู้สึกว่าต่างกันเรื่องความกดดันแล้วก็เรื่องเงินรางวัลที่สูงมากขึ้นแล้วก็เรียกว่าแต่ละทีมมีความมุ่งมั่นมากขึ้นที่จะแย่งการเป็นแชมป์แล้วทำให้รู้สึกว่าทีมแต่ละทีมเนี่ยมีความที่โฟกัสมากขึ้นแล้วรู้สึกว่ามีกดดันมากขึ้นมีความกดดันมากขึ้นครับ
If Kiss can produce some Kiss magic, if Jacob can look as good as he did during those PGSs as well, I think they could be a strong contender for the Esports World Cup.
รู้สึกว่าเราจะมาแย่งแชมป์เขาในรายการ Esports World Cup ครับในปีนี้
Hey, it's Toffees. I'm in the middle of a park in the beautiful Paris with Seven to talk. Seven Worlds Gaming. Get over here.
I'm on my way.
We're gonna talk about cool stuff. Hey, there you are.
Hey, I was relaxing. I was thinking I was Myth. You know, I just got another win. They got in 2 wins today. I was taking a bit of a breather, but honestly, this squad is performing insane today.
You know, at the start of the day, I said, I wonder if they can handle it when the pressure is on. They dropped the ball at PGC. I think this has been answered. 2 wins in 4 games is absolutely banana sauce. I don't even know if that's a real word, but that's what this is. These guys have taken the game to a new freaking level and look incredible.
Banana sauce. I might need to add that to a croissant because that sounds delicious.
Everything is French with you.
It is. It has to be. Another team that has been able to bounce back really well, and especially in this last match, AGAL.
Yeah.
They needed it too.
You know, I think Paper said it during the cast. He was like, the teams here, as well as all of the teams in the cup, are watching this saying, I hope you falter. And AGL is a team that when they start running, you cannot get the bridle back. You let that head go, and they are unstoppable.
Twisted Minds, when you're thinking about that. I mean, we had so many question marks at the beginning of the day coming in with the sub. They're currently not being able to play with their actual full roster. That doesn't stop them. They just dropped 12 kills.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, they opened the tab on this can of whoop butt, right? Because he came out, he's played, he's a sub? Yeah, right. This coach knows how to play. They're in first place without Lou. What happens if the visa gets cleared and they show up in 2 days? The finals are going to be crazy. And if I'm Myth, I'm actually shaking. 2 wins, and I'm still dealing with Twisted Minds chomping in behind me.
Yeah, we're continuing, by the way, with players. We just talked about Kiss. We heard the piece too with Kalaris talking about if they can be contenders. Honestly, right now, they're keeping up with Myth. They're keeping up the performance that we saw out of them in PGS 6. And I don't think anybody's going to be able to stop them, at least so far.
At least so far. I mean, I think we've seen some cool things from teams unexpectedly, right? Like Shadow. Yay, Shadow. There's teams that are catching us off guard with how well they've come out here in the first 4, but I think in some of these teams' cases, like Shadow, they're going to get eclipsed tomorrow by the teams who are showing up. Possibly the worst day of their life tomorrow is sort of my guess here. So they need to keep grinding forward because teams like Twisted Minds, so you're like, oh, they aren't doing great in the first game. They come out.
Yeah, and for all the squads too, especially for the squads that are in the A group, they need to make sure they start performing. If you're towards the bottom, because tomorrow will be the last day. You're currently sitting with 8 games left. I mean, actually, I did the math right. 8 games left.
Sir.
That's all they have. And if they don't start performing, they're going to make it even tougher, and they're going to just be biting their nails on that last day when they're not playing.
And the hard part of that is you have to set your standards. You don't know what you have to do if you're not playing the last day. So they have to really have good day 1s and days 2s to make that work.
All right, well, you know what? I think we talked enough. I think it's time for us to go back. Claris, take it away from us. We want to relax and enjoy the view.
Thank you, boys. Yes, of course, I found the tall people to join me here. Thanks very much, you guys, for growing exponentially compared to me. We got Godspeed, we got Avenger here to talk about what's gone on so far. We just had our rondo conclude, obviously, here with Myth looking amazing as always. Godspeed.
I mean, Myth is just making the case to be the best team in the world this year, honestly. I think so, especially coming off of that incredible PGS2 Cup final win. I mean, the sky's the limit, especially with Kiss coming here and just, oh, so good.
Were able to come in, get the control that they had, and then Kiss just clutching it up, to be honest. That is just next level. 2 wins, a 2nd place, 52 points in 4 games. That is insane.
Yeah, they're looking really good here for EWC. Let's talk big picture, though, and see kind of what's going on right now, because there's some teams, obviously, that have surpassed our expectations a bit, and some that really need to have that step up now.
What happened to VP? They started the tournament so well, and they've really kind of floundered the last 3 games, Martin, and that's not really something we expect, especially with the consistency. You've got Nixie, correct, BB, they're so good. What's going on? 3 games
you're running into some funny stuff on Taker. We have one more Taker coming up here in the 5th game, of course, here, so let's see how they approach that. I understand the way that they're approaching, you know, taking space away from supers. They're always aggressive in taking too much space around Godok, and they're looking to create that space around Youngchung to have an entry. So I understand it was great. You run into Liquid, Nixie was alone. I don't think they expect the retaliation that fast in that game. So I'm excited to see here what happens in the 5th game and on our 2nd Tago of the day.
I talk to a lot of people, and they're one of people's favorite teams to watch because they do those kinds of things, as you're mentioning, around Youngchung, around those areas, over on Tago, etc., and things like that. But is that sometimes a detriment? Are you sometimes being quite fancy to the point where maybe you're in too many conflicts? What do you think?
It's the saying of doing too much, right? They don't necessarily need to overextend that much, or they don't need to cut rotations that much if they don't have to. That being said, something that I actually really liked that AGAL did was setting up on that south side, and that's when we actually saw VP go for that. I don't want to say it was a send, right? But they had options. You and I were talking about it. They could have either gone west. They could have even taken the fight to AJAL. But because of that spread also, and because I think there was one member left, a solo in between, they just decided to go for that send. And it just, again, it's just doing too much. It didn't work out.
I want to talk a little bit more about AGAL. The first 3 games, 3 points here, 11 kills, 2nd place. They could have won this game as well, but they didn't. So far, I don't know if it's nerves. Maybe a lot of pressure on them. They're here in the club championship as well. They're trying to put themselves in there, but yeah, it's not been the magic that we have seen. They've been, you know, they've had 2nd place, they had top 3 positions in our PGSs throughout this year so far, and they can compete this time around. You just need top 16, and right now they've been struggling until this game.
I'll not make a question, I'll make a statement from this one about AGAL, because I think, as Godspeed is saying, I think the position that they took here on the south side of Rondo, technically the control that they had across that area was fantastic. It does beg the question, though, allowing Myth to be able to even make that transition across the road, to have that smoke set up, and have what seemed like no utility to be able to respond to that Avenger, meant that eventually that really kind of bit them in the butt.
The big problem was you're losing a player. You should have been formed that late game. Losing Delvin, he took space too early. If he waited maybe 30 seconds, 1 minute, the pressure would have been on Myth to cross the road to expose himself way earlier. So had they been fought alive, this would have been AGL's game, and that would have been 4, 5, 6 more points on the board for them.
And the one thing about that push is, even with limited utility, you saw that smoke on the tree. I think you even called it out, that allowed, I'm not sure if it was Kiss or someone, to get across in order to get the shots on AGL, which is actually what won them that game.
Yeah, all right, well, let's take a look at everything that's going to be coming up as well here, because we've got tons on the way. We've already had ourselves Team Liquid and Myth with almost the back-to-back, but of course, it was sandwiched in the middle of another win here coming on forwards. 2 more games remain, though, today. It's not the most common map order that we actually go to here in a lot of our days. I mean, in most circuits, we actually play 5 games a day compared to what we have for the 6.
Yeah, this year's been updated to 5, and also we've seen so many times where it's just back-to-back. You play 2 Wrangles, you play 2 Miramar. Here it's spread. Now we go back, of course, we played Tago before, but it's disjointed in a way where the players have played so many games before it, and you can't really go back-to-back with that. But sure, they're absolutely ready for this, but another Tago and another Wrangle. It's going to be good.
All right, we are going to head on over. We are ready for our 5th game here. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Time to head on over to the commentators here. Game number 5 on the way for day 1.
100% agree with what the desk is talking about there, about how, like Claris was mentioning, that it was Myth that had to move into the circle by going over a road with no cover on it into a defended position that AGAL had. I mean, at this point, we often talk about like these completely open circles being barren circles, but are they Myth barren circles?
Is that on purpose?
It wasn't.
Oh,
I planned that.
You're nailing it today. I missed this, Matt. I missed this. Yeah, I mean, I was kind of unsure a little bit of the situation with the utility, exactly what they had left in the bag to make that crossing, because one of the Myth players we saw didn't have any smokes left, but they had just enough to get the job done. Really well highlighted there by the analyst desk, kind of really crucial piece of information about that battle, as well as AGAL had a few frags left that they weren't able to connect there in that last fight to really make a difference.
Yeah, I mean, Myth could have potentially kind of hung back, still used that cover where we were talking about with like the railing up next to the road and continue to press that direction.
But instead, they saw the opportunity and jumped forward, instead going for more of that center control as it presented itself. And yeah, AGAL, they didn't have as much cover to work with, and they were probably burning out a lot of their utility, and they had a whole bunch of firefights going into it before that. But, I mean, it was still just Myth control for so long, because let's not forget, they were the team that was playing to the south of Danqing. They were the one that was also corralling all the teams up there. They had to deal with GAM. Nothing inside that circle was moving without them having some say-so.
Absolutely, and they had to fight tooth and nail to get out of that fight up in the north. I mean, it was on the precipice for a while of them potentially crumbling, and who knows, maybe it's GAM in that situation instead. You know, something like that could have come through. So absolutely, just it shows the level of this team right now, that they have great firepower, they have great teamwork, great coordination.
I still remember that moment with Myth where they just decided to not keep control over what was going on with GAM, because they had 2 players knocked and then had both players commit into a res at the same time. You don't often see that happen inside of competitive PUBG, because you want to have somebody keeping some control, making sure that nobody runs up and tries to drop a nade on the person that's going for the res. And they were just like, nah, we've got it on lock. We're just going to go ahead and hold it. I have faith in the fact that we'll just blind res both of these and nobody's going to come for us.
Sometimes you got to gamble, right? Like, and that's the thing. Like, that's the beautiful part about PUBG is
they gambled against GAM.
Like, oh, it's true, they did. See, we're on it today.
And I agree, Jiven Gaming.
Yeah, Myth is incredible. Well, they won 2 PGSs already this year.
Yeah.
Those aren't flukes. These guys are really good at this game.
And it just feels like they continue to find more successes and new ways to play. That's what's a scary thing, right? Like, whenever we look at squads like Twisted, we were always talking about, like, what's the upper scaling whenever we look at what the squad can accomplish. Myth is still getting to that stage that I don't know really where they're going to have to stop at, because it feels like there's always something new in the bag that they're bringing out.
Exactly. I mean, it's so fun to watch them progress, like back when they were Forest Natural. Like, we didn't have, like, the highest of hopes for them some of the tournaments when they first started making it to the global level, and we're like, yeah, okay, they're from Thailand. We know that they've got some crazy fraggers, you know. APAC, we all know. All players are cracked. We know. But it was like the evolution of the macro game for them that has led them to their most recent successes.
They went from being one of the most fun underdog stories to just being a dominant team right now. And it just continues to find more. And I'm starting to be a bit afraid for this lobby, because whenever you end up with
match number 5 चालू हो चुका है.
On the other side of the circle, wondering why we're not seeing much out of VP today. Well, what do you do when you're trapped in that?
Yeah, right. I mean, SEA is dominating today. I mean, 3 out of the 4 games that we've played so far have been won by them, and the only outlier is Team Liquid.
All right, so we keep talking about Kiss Magic, right? Specifically, it's like Hilarisi keeps mentioning it. It's like a phrase that keeps going around. If it's Kiss Magic, does that make him a Cupid, or like what's the mindset on?
Oh, that's true. That's true.
A cherub.
A cherub, yeah. A succubus.
Now you just made me imagine Kiss in like a succubus outfit. I don't like anything that you just did to me.
I'm sorry, not really, but you know.
All right, guys, it is time to take over. The map is up, and you can see plane path coming in from the southeast, ending up in the northwest. So, of course, everything opened up, unless you want to go for a little bit of a long drop over next to Husan Prison and the swamps around it.
Yeah, this one pretty fair-ish, but cutting off some of those western landmarks can make things a little bit tricky. But as per usual, a lot of the teams kind of in their known homes, and like we mentioned earlier, Shadow gonna have a lot of central stuff.
Oh bhai, circle क्या बना है बे बिल्कुल north में.
A little bit of Yongchan, a little bit of army base in there.
Here we go. Okay,
Vitality, GK, Pero, इन सब के लिए AGL, इन सब के लिए बहुत टफ है. बहुत रोटेट करना पड़ेगा इनको. ये बिल्कुल साउथ में है ये टीम्स.
We have kind of seen Shipyard be a little bit more of a core component for some of our circles.
Oh, ये तो रिक्शा है तांगे वाला.
Be over there making the wrap into position for that. Down to the south, that's Twisted Minds territory already off of drop. So this is a very hard circle for a lot of these teams to try to figure out.
Hyundai का है तांगा.
Twisted, Myth, and VP already in the circle at the start, going wherever they want.
And I think that immediately leads my eyes to Shadow Esports. What are they going to do? Like, are you going to be worried? Because Twisted has been very aggressive here today. In fact, 3 out of our top 10 players in terms of kills right now are on Twisted Minds. So you're looking at one of the best teams in the lobby right now that is completely surrounding your drop spot. Very, very scary stuff. Kike, actually, I think you're looking at this thinking, okay, we have really good access towards that shipyard area you were just talking about. If we can maybe control that bridge that leads to the other side, or at least have boats for a potential worst-case scenario pivot, things like that as an option, is going to be pretty nice for GK as soon as they can get there. But they're kind of late to the curve right now. I can see 4AM already ahead of them in rotations potentially.
Well, 4 Angry Men needs to do something. 4 Angry Men and Supers in
13th and 14th place
respectively is mind-boggling to me. This is like the 4 Angry Men from last year, where it just felt like they would go into a position and then get picked apart slowly before they managed to find any kills. This year, it's been a much more active 4 Angry Men finding big successes.
किसकी fight हो गई starting में?
Into their firefighting capabilities, but they just can't find it today.
Yeah, it has been a little bit, other than the one game, the last Tego, so maybe this time, you know, we'll get to see a little bit of that redemption for that team. And Twisted isn't going to clamp down on Shadow too much. They're letting them go. This example begins working towards that northern edge of this mainland to see what is available for Twisted to scout.
ये हिमालयन बाइक है मुझे लग रहा है.
Still in a 2-2 across both sides of the river right now, kind of south of Shipyard and to the southeast of Army Base. They've got to be careful because 4 Angry Men is
भाई Myth 52 points पे नंबर 1 spot संभाले हुए. Twist 40 points के साथ, 41 points के साथ, number 2 Team Liquid और Twist में बहुत ज़्यादा गैप नहीं है, बहुत कम गैप है, कवर हो सकता है इसमें भी.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. It felt like Myth was going to see if they could get away with.
Myth को थोड़ा आराम से खेलना पड़ेगा ये वाला.
They should be allowed to across both sides of the river, but going to have to regroup onto the other side. 4 Angry Men will be claiming their unoccupied space that was left over by Myth as they take in the view, looking over the river, just trying to figure out how Myth is setting up their defenses on that side.
We don't have too many squads there doing this Eastern wrap. It's been 4 Angry Men as well as Twisted. Petrichor Road's also kind of over here, but they're not really moving too much. GK looks like they might be going for more of a wrap.
Oh भाई, FS. Oh, उधर बहुत गड़बड़ हो गई. बहुत गड़बड़ हो गई है.
A couple of bolts coming his way in the glider. Full Sense was playing around Army.
भाई glider लेके तो बहुत tough है ये.
The foothills over in the east. That's going to put them pretty close to Myth as well as VP that we were talking about beforehand.
Yeah, a lot of these teams need to be active in the scouting department this game. So having the glider really nice, and why it's maybe even more important than usual is because of that river that runs down the kind of middle of the circle.
Mostly teams अभी rotate करने में लगी हुई हैं इधर उधर.
In terms of just available land mass, maybe.
एक safe spot ढूंढने के लिए निकल चुकी हैं.
Especially with the fact that the new circles can kind of do whatever they want. So you're in a position where you've got to be making sure that you're tracking a lot of different options to get across that river if you're going to be anywhere near it. So you have the ability to find a way through.
भाई FPS का ये कितने मजे में glider पे.
And how to plan for them when you get there.
You can see, though, of course, VP had Yongchon. They left it. They went into the foothills. Team Liquid actually went for more of a position in Yongchon itself as well. You don't see too much of a commitment actually come into going for like a couple of these buildings that are inside the city itself at this stage. Yes, they do also have a couple of players that are playing more to the north, but this is a little bit of a safety net that it feels like Team Liquid's starting to play from. And for a team that's been pretty active as far as most of today has gone, this feels a bit more safe than we've been seeing. A lot more firefight-heavy Team Liquid has been the way to go so far.
Yeah, and I think this is smart when you're coming in a little bit later to this circle because it gives you some options, hopefully in terms of you have some safety of the buildings themselves. If you have to go north, you've got control of an edge of that area of Yongchon, so you have the
वो पहले ही spots ready कर रहे हैं hold के लिए.
Easier than you normally would, and then if a team comes from underneath you, you can keep track of them a little bit better. And if no one comes underneath you, you have access to that southern bridge for free to make the faster rotations.
Got a couple of rotates coming in. AGAL going to be on the western side of the island itself, kind of wrapping in that Yongchon territory. Nemesis very far up to the northwest. This is, thank you so much, observers, what I had my eye on. Vitality wrapping in, using the dried out riverbed to kind of creep their way through. But GK still has Songjon that's going to be on the opposite side. Not too much that he's going to be able to aggress for, but this is stop off for gas, where Petrichor Road hasn't gone for too far here.
भाई GK और 4AM दोनों के एक player आसपास ही हैं.
As long that they've had to go inside this game. Vitality might be expecting more people to be playing closer to the coast, so they need to be very cautious over here.
That's exactly what they're doing, and this is really where my eyes were starting to drift on the map. Is GK very late to these rotations, but watching 4 AM players mosey along towards the safety of the shipyard, so that actually kind of makes things a little bit more difficult here for GK because you're kind of ceding control of that bridge. The circle shifts that direction, and you're going to have to go for plan B, which may be looking to a different bridge potentially, and that's very scary because as we can see on the map, Twisted Minds is going to be the team that's currently guarding the eastern Yongchon Bridge. Vitality, there you go. Yeah, they're being extremely cautious. That last game, I think, where we saw them lose a player early to 4 AM.
But look, they stopped.
Vitality के सामने है
emergency pickup has been called by
Pyro.
Oh god. GAM is on the other side of this. They may spot it as well, so it could be 2 different squads. This is the opportunistic Vitality. This is what I love about these guys sitting in 6th place right now, just due to making stuff like this find out and work for themselves. Is now we've got eyes onto a rotating GK. We're nowhere to go. The circle pops, and it is going to go mostly over the island. Here comes the helicopter. Are we going to get any shots coming out from Vitality? They're going to get a couple. Looks like
ओ भाई ब्रिज कैंप कर सकते हैं, ब्रिज कैंप करेंगे कोई ना कोई तो
Quite shocked that this is
ट्विस्ट कर रही है क्रॉस
I think just Mingming gets onto the
और वहीं पे ऐसी है, शैडो है, शैडो
everybody else still on the ground there for Petrichor Road, and we have a ton of teams making their
सब क्लोज आ गए भाई,
there is Twisted
सब ब्रिज के
on the heels of Shadow.
ट्विस्ट के बारे में उनको नहीं पता, मुझे लग रहा है.
Side of the bridge, GAM already going to be going ahead of Petrichor Road, and what we saw with Vitality taking those shots at Petrichor Road has kind of stalled them out, and that means there's going to be a ton of squads all stacked up here. Let's even throw a red.
भाई पैरों का एक निकाल दिया उन्होंने Vitality ने. ओ बच गए GK.
Too much, just a lot of damage, but enough shots go back over to GAM to stall them from making the cross on the bridge.
AJL losing a player to R8's bridge camp. This is on the other direction, but right now GK trying to get to an area of safety, and the coasts of Tago really do offer you a lot of safety. There's quite a bit of areas where there's rocks and ledges, and in this case a dip that you can work with.
GAM keeps trying to make this work, and it's just like slamming their
भाई ब्रिज कैंप हो गया, ब्रिज कैंप कर लिया है.
Where that they can go because this 2-2 split coming up from Shadow. Team Liquid's mirroring that. Of course, we had VP also retreat back over here a bit more. So Twisted doesn't have a lot of territory that they can work with, and that means that GAM has no way to make a cross. They're just stuck over there, and now it's going to be them and
भाई ये DNS का अभी तक ये चल रहा है अभी तक.
Not on the island yet.
Sports ready हो रहे हैं.
There's no other opportunities right now. All the other bridges are either contested, congested, or blocked. And
नहीं कर पाएंगे यार, ब्रिज बहुत ओपन है, ब्रिज बहुत ओपन है. R8 भी किया, कोई भी नहीं कर पाएगा ब्रिज.
Able to avert any disaster there. Here's that play. Gedrox watching.
अच्छा, उसने ऐसे निकाला था.
Get this Levante actually gets in there and gets the final hit, but lots of damage done. If you hit this, oh my God, that would be absolutely mad. Doesn't get the M2 to go, but. Nice little play there. Nice little setup by Vitality as well to keep it hidden.
While this is going on, GAM's trying for their 3rd time to cross the bridge. I think that Twisted's now given them enough space to maybe make it happen. So they're doing their
R8 भी यहीं है और TLB Team Liquid भी यहीं पे.
Dealing with Team Liquid very close. AGL is going to be back behind them. A couple of shots coming out from Team Liquid to force R8 onto a different territory pathing, but there's actually nobody playing this area kind of to the west of the circle in the hillsides. It's entirely open over here, so R8's going to find that for free.
Yeah, this is a pretty okay find if R8 can kind of realize it and see it to fruition. Yep, well, I mean, why not? You know, just to take what you're given.
The red zone provides.
That's right, the red zone does provide in this case. Sungjong in a really tricky spot early on when GAM was making
इन्होंने लोकेशन पहले बना लिया भाई, सेटअप रेडी कर लिया अपना. कहाँ जाता है? ओ फिर से ब्रिज तो आ ही रहा है. Vitality और पैरो.
Okay, Vitality, you've got to cross the river most likely, but you can hang out over there with Mingming. Mingming's at least happy that he has some of his peninsula still in play. Tyler's going to have to make a wrap in from the north.
भाई 4 AM ने जो पोजीशन होल्ड कर रखी है ना वो दूसरे ब्रिज पे, वो अच्छी है.
GK is going to be kind of defending up over pretty close to GAM.
पैरों के दो गए.
Have nothing to do with it. They're going to go ahead and make a send across over right along the coast. So they're going to be cutting right underneath of Twist to try and use the coastline itself. A follow-up is going to be coming up from AGAL, same pathing. The timing on it's going to be pretty good because you can see that GK was trying to get their vehicles a bit set up. Now, how far does AGAL want to go into this, as a couple of shots might be enough to deter them, maybe think it's time to get some kills?
Well, this is really awkward for Geeky because they were thinking about making a move behind Gam, sort of backfilling that space. It's opened up the door for Vitality as well. Players on Tai Lu starting to crumble, Full Sense as well, having a little bit of trouble. Beamy has taken Tigger out for now. Tanadol looking to see if he has anything to respond with. Tai Lu struggles here continue today. They've only got two left standing.
Fight over.
I mean, where do you go? It is just a gauntlet into another gauntlet. You're going to pass this section. Congratulations. Now you get to deal with Gam. If you keep going, you get to deal with Vitality that's managed to make their cross over here. There's just nothing to be had. Nit is going to be able to find one, and it is just Tai Lu down to one dragon and one life.
It may not be for much longer, I would think. Duck Juice cooks the grenade, just needs to find the mark. It bounces right on his heels, doesn't get quite enough damage, puts one dragon down to half health. He's going to let go of the grenade. That's anywhere near Duck Juice. He would have been knocked, but apparently didn't quite get there.
Just having to use the other side of the rock for cover. Better be careful. Twisted hears this firefight, seeing if maybe they can third party on it. They can't get too involved as they don't want to step out of their covered positions.
भाई टाइलू गई.
Enough as it is going to be Luca.
First team eliminate होने वाली टाइलू.
Take him down. Oh, and mortars.
ले भाई.
Saw you make that rotate. What, 4 different teams were taking shots at? One apiece?
Yeah, they all know where that was going down, and they were hoping to be the ones to claim those points. Lucarux with the M249 on just a little bit of a flank control mission here. He has Beamy ahead of him, a little bit more outwardly situated to watch the flanks.
Petrichor Road?
Well, they're going to try again. The first time didn't go so good.
And they're all going to drop on the crates that are out inside the water. So
कहाँ जाता है भाई ये देखते हैं जरा.
AGL making a wrap across the hillside. So congratulations, you can deal with Supers, Team Liquid. If you go the super side of it, which is the way you're kind of pathing, you're also going to have to deal with Full Sense as well as VP.
Imagine if this goes east. Just imagine.
Petrichor Road would be laughing so hard. Remember, they're coming in as they've got nothing except for those crates. So this is glory to be had for them, except for, Gam and Vitality are having to play the coastline because there's nothing left to play.
Exactly. That's the real issue here, is that there is
अच्छा स्पॉट है Vitality के पास, अच्छा स्पॉट है.
On that edge, and getting over there is going to be very, very dicey, to say the least.
AGL पे शॉट्स आ रहे हैं. ओह नाइस. ओह 12 HP पे बचा.
Back behind that hill, Alo looking for the other angle.
Delwyn kept Sololzi alive there. The damage coming up from Cowboy, almost too brutal to deal with. Got to be careful, though. It's going to be AJ that spots out and gets that finishing knock on to Cowboy, though. So Team Liquid has to be careful. They've got R8 back behind and take them shots while they're trying to push up the hillside. Now they have AGAL in front of them on the other side. AGAL has to be careful because they're getting shot.
Nice.
VP on the counter flank on this one. VP's just got a great angle into it. AGAL is trapped here.
Yeah, Sololzi's vehicle is not in a good state, to say the least, and just him and Delwyn left alive, trying to throw some smokes to buy some time, maybe seeing if somebody else could get some damage into Team Liquid and open up a little bit of safety to them. Delwyn is
इंडिया के कितने टीम हैं? इंडिया के कितने टीम हैं? इंडिया के टीम
Road is trying to cross the river, and it is not going good, as you can see in your kill feed. So this fight continues. Cowboy back up and running.
Team Liquid better be careful.
भाई टीएल ने कितना उसको कवर दिया बे. काउबॉय ने कितना कवर दे दिया उसको.
They've gotten right down below the southern section for Team Liquid, so this 2-2 split starting to get pulled in too many directions. Now what do you do? Luke 12 is gone down. Cowboy's got it thinned up. Delwyn's got the nades prepped. Do they have any idea where it's coming from? Looks like he does, but it's going to go too far down the hillside.
This is still very, very dangerous for Liquid. That was Nixie getting some damage in there too. Delwyn is trying to get a little bit further forward, has to use a lot of stuns, but Cowboy had repositioned. Are they going to be ready for that? Sololzi looking for anything, but every time he tries to move out of that rock, he is just getting absolutely peppered from multiple different directions.
Cowboy can't retreat. There's no angle. He's just kind of stuck here. Team Liquid's trying to support. They're dropping a couple of mortars, but really the position coming up from R8 just threw off all of the timing. So it is going to be defended position coming up from Team Liquid, who now has to figure out how they get in the circle while they have to deal with VP as well as Shadow. And Cowboy has just been isolated for so long against AGAL. Finally, Alo does have the angle to approach and provide some support. important. It is right in the face of Delwyn.
And they absolutely needed that. Cowboy trying to go out into the blue and almost paid the price to see if he could get the knock. Barely able to get on through, but here comes the reinforcements.
That's a big knock onto Delwyn, who is on the high side of the hill. Destroy in a little bit more trouble. Flank position is getting complicated. Delwyn's going to go down off of that push. So Destroy has to try to see if he can hold enough time here to go for the res. You can see Delwyn's trying to get over there fast as possible, but Luke is playing right up, using the smoke on the peak of the hillside. No fear. New circle pops, and it heavily favors VP.
Luke here.
ये नहीं रिवाइवल मिल गया AGL में अरे वाह फिर से अब वो रशिन करेंगे टीम लिक्विड रशिन करेगी फॉर श्योर गए
Okay, what do you even do? Blue zone going to be the tail end.
नहीं बच पाएगी
handles a terrible
AGL एलिमिनेट हो जाएगी यहाँ से AGL एलिमिनेट हो गई 12 on number 12
fight with Nemesis for a very long time. That should make it easier. So said managing to get the knock and a quick flush might provide some opportunity for Team Liquid to get in the circle.
Yeah, the Supers were fighting full sense up there a little bit as well. I saw in the kill feed, so it's been kind of a slog here for them. They've gotten a couple kills, but certainly not what they're
DNS के पास एक अच्छा हाई रेंज है एडवांटेज उनके पास
back and forth for some time, so looks like for now they're going to peel a little bit further back, realizing that Nemesis is in a stronger position overall in terms of numbers, in terms of what kind of terrain they're able to work with. You've got VP underneath you. This is scary.
Here's the push coming up from Team Liquid. VP's just got a complete angle. You can see it down on the mini map there, just getting demolished on approach, but they do at least manage to get a foothold over. DL just trying to get his armor a bit better in position because this is all Team Liquid has to work with over here. Geeky also trying to get in the circle just to the south of this. You can see off in the distance. That might pull Shadow as well as Twisted's attention that direction.
This is looking awfully difficult for Team Liquid to go further forward. We do have a bit of a fight brewing with Vitality and for M, but let's take a little bit of a look at
ये अच्छा था ये नेड बहुत अच्छा था
Poor Clory's nowhere to go there. Nice stuff from him. Park Pro
फाइट होगी है शैडो की
make a crash onto Shadow Esports, and for now they're holding the line.
A lot of aggressive rotates. You saw that
Geeky के साथ Geeky
fast, just cut through the middle of anything. They're on the other side now, distracted. Twisted Minds going to be now looking that direction. Geeky kind of brute forcing their way through, but Shadow's doing such a good job on holding the line. Akan's going to go down, get flushed. Geeky can't find any angle of approach onto this, and
Geeky मुझे नहीं लगता बच पाएगी नहीं
comes Team Liquid. They're sending it right down the hill. They need to do some serious damage into
हाँ
the
मिड
backside of Shadow
टीम इंडिया गया
Purdy Curdy's going to stay back as an anchor, and this is exactly what's happening. Alo, a quick one and done there. It's going to be Myth taking down a player on the other side. Purdy Curdy has to throw some
भाई सपोर्ट करो यार स्ट्रीम पे नहीं होते स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो चैनल को सब्सक्राइब भी कर दो भाई जी नहीं बे नहीं निकाल पाएगा बहुत टफ है ओ वो खुद ही हो गया स्टन हो गया वो खुद ही स्टन हो गया ओ मैन वो खुद ही स्टन हो गया था वो ये बैठा हुआ वो फुट ओ बॉय व्हाट अ नेट
Shadow Esports deal with their southern threat. Now to their north, a 4-man strong Team Liquid still looming, still lurking. And Luke wants to do some more damage. Stuns to try to lead the way, but not really able to make a breach. And
ये कहाँ चढ़ा हुआ है Oh man
This forces Team Liquid to run right in the building. No other options. This is one of those
भाई वो टॉप से रूफ टॉप से वो ध्यान कवर दे रहा है मार
Cowboy Shadow popping off right now.
Kamal's found the perfect timing there. Didn't have his gun out, did Cowboy, had util in hand. Nothing he could do in that scenario, and that is so beautifully read there. Maybe heard the pin pop on the nade and went for the push. Luke 12 now trying to hang on to dear life. Purdy Curdy completely pinned on the outside.
उसने देखा
Luke, he's got the job done. Team Liquid gets Shadow out of here.
I wouldn't say job done yet. That's task done now. Blue zone on top of
अरे भाई मार दे उसने
get into a circle that is in complete control by Gam as well as VP. They're going to have vision for days on this circle. Myth over into the northeast, also going to be dealing with Nemesis on approach. I mean, kudos to the squads that have been able to creep into here because we still have 30 alive in the circle, and it has been a bloodbath firefight every step of the way.
And speaking of bloodbaths, this is just absolutely brutal. Nemesis and Myth.
भाई यहाँ नेड आ सकता है मिथ के पास.
Each other and Myth in another spot where they have to start going for reses. Dipfex.
Nemesis.
Oh. And he will.
Oh.
Just able to keep Myth from going any further in this.
भाई मिथ को 9th नंबर पे एलिमिनेट कर दिया. ये नहीं होना था यार, ये नहीं होना था.
Gam's a bit more focused on watching what's going on with 4 Angry Men right now. Vitality also jockeying up position very close to Twisted Minds. So it's just going to be a little bit of a piecemeal fight. DL's still alive for the supers, but he's been kind of distracting the other side of this 2-2 split from Twisted.
पिस्टन का कितना यूज कर रहे हैं?
Purdy and DL are aware of each other's positions there. Batu, we saw earlier, he had a bolt action in hand, and oh my god, poor Tanvu gets double headshot. HS getting involved and finding that knock at the very least. Vitality
टफ हो गया वाइटलिटी के लिए अब. बहुत मुश्किल है. बहुत मुश्किल है, बहुत मुश्किल है. वो नहीं करने देंगे उसको, रिवाइव ही नहीं करने देंगे, नहीं करने देंगे. ओह वाइटलिटी गई. बोला था मैंने, बहुत टफ हो गया वाइटलिटी के लिए.
Second place, 47 points, just 3 points ahead of Team Liquid, who's just clinging to life right now. So big opportunity for Twisted.
ट्विस्टेड करेगी कुछ. ट्विस्टेड अगर नेड करना चालू कर दे तो हो सकता है इजी.
Awful position unless they can clear 4 AM here, but that's only one player so far. Spaceman dead, but still the big danger players of Shen.
4 AM के 3 अभी बचे हैं, 3 बचे हैं अभी.
Can do pretty darn good in his own right, and if they can just hold the line here as 4 AM, Twisted Minds actually gonna have a bit of an angle there. Now the grenade.
ये चालू कर दिया Twisted Mind ने.
It's gonna get taken down by VP, who's trying to get into the circle, so that's gonna be Team Liquid now eliminated. Okay, so 4 Angry Men just continuing to get madder and madder by the second because they just cannot find a circle that they can get control over. They need every single kill down here. It's Nemesis and Supers in 13th, 14th, and 15th respectively. And when you have a Twisted Minds looming large on the circle just to the south of you, it's got to start being terrifying. Gams had to retreat just pretty much on top of each other.
Yeah, I mean, literally, your only hope here as Gam is that.
भाई ट्विस्टेड के चांसेस हैं और उन्हें पॉइंट्स निकालने पड़ेंगे, वो निकल सकते हैं. 1st नंबर पे जा सकते हैं वो. उन्हें प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट भी चाहिए और साथ में उन्हें एक्स्ट्रा पॉइंट्स भी चाहिए, किल पॉइंट्स भी चाहिए.
I mean, I'm more hoping from Gam's perspective. I'm like, please get 4 AM off of us.
Oh, no. While this is going on, VP is taking control of the northern section of the circle. They're right along the road line. You can see them coming in on the mini-map down there. That means that half the circle is everybody else is going to be fighting for the other half of it. That's going to be brutal to deal with.
परेशान कर रहे हैं वो वहाँ से.
Nothing to be found here as DL is going to get the knock on to Beamy at least. That's a interesting situation going on over there as Nemesis going to continue raining down cars, nades, and whatever they can throw right down on top of anybody hiding out from 4 Angry Men.
Nemesis का एक डाउन हो गया.
But Batulans will finish off Diffix. Nemesis doing some damage to 4 AM. Perfectix, pretty sure, yeah, he has a P90 and an AWM. That is an awfully scary combo for a player of his caliber to have.
पीछे निकालना चाहिए उनको.
Trying to put some damage down. Shen weak, but not out just yet. The digging continues.
Oh,
and the grenades getting into there, not getting the knocks onto Gam, who are now seeing Twisted Minds start to come through that lead. Oh my god, it almost rolled in.
So close. The bottom half of our leaderboard from 8th down. It's just a couple of points across most of it. You can see it's going to be 22 points at 8th place right now.
Oh भाई रशिन कर दिया.
So every single point that you can get is 4 Angry Men survive.
भाई ट्विस्ट बहुत सेफ खेल रही है.
Creeping up. VP in control over the circle.
वो आ सकती है, नंबर 1 पे आ सकती है वो.
In control to the south, and it is just Shin and DL kind of caught in the middle of it all.
Here goes Perfectix making the run here.
ट्विस्ट आ सकती है नंबर 1 पे.
Level 3 gear to absorb Shen's damage. The Molly is going to come up a little bit short. Doesn't matter. They've got too many angles. He is down and out, but a nice hold here from 4 AM.
Tab finds the kill.
It's Twist versus Versus.
Everything over here. So now DL has kind of forced 2 players for VP to come chase him down. That means that they've had to surrender most of the control over the circle just to deal with this. Double up blue zone nade, still not going to be enough. DL is just a cockroach over here, man. He will not go down. Finally, they managed to get him, and VP had to surrender a lot. Can Twisted take control?
Yeah, Molly even came out there and caught Nixie, but not enough to get the knock, and keeps things in a 3v4. Twisted Minds
in a
भाई
huge
VP के एक
advantageous
प्लेयर की
position right now.
पोजीशन
A lot of
बहुत
control.
OP है.
That edge that dips down just slightly to the south, giving them a nice angle, nice little ridge to play over. Corexi does have a rock, but that's outside of the next circle, so he has to make a move. The only player inside the circle currently for VP is Lucarux. Nixie looking for a flank angle, seeing if he could sneak his way around the side of the road, get on that southern edge. There's a hill that he could work with to sneak under, but
Lucarux.
this is, oh boy.
That's ambitious. Can he get something out of it? No.
Oh.
He's going to get instantly dropped. Nixie's also going to get spotted. I think it was just maybe a hope that it could be enough of a distraction, but that's 2 down. Poor old Corexi all by his lonesome up to the north, and FynTrix has a really good idea on where he's at.
भाई
They know
twist ले
exactly
गई
where
है.
he is, so at this point it's just a cleanup operation for
Twist
Twisted
number 1 पे.
Minds, who are
Twist
doing
number 1 पे.
unreal things today, and they
Nice.
are going to claim the win.
Nice.
Oh, you can see Batu so excited. But I mean, Twisted, man, this is, you heard from Batu himself. This was supposed to be a day that they weren't expecting anything out of, and it is just working. Everything feels like it's clicking. They're finding big kill games. They're now
अच्छा निकाला भाई, अच्छा निकाला
it
है.
would start being scary for the squad.
वर्चस भी अच्छा
No, I
खेली.
mean, it's just, it's like a well-oiled machine for them, right? They're just so smart that even when you have to kind of trade a player in or out, they have a system. They execute so well. They have the best micro, the best macro, the best everything you could ask for.
I feel so bad because VP had control over that circle for so long, but all the fighting was happening on the external sections of the circle. Nobody was really pushing into the area that they had control over. They could supervise fights, they could get a knock here or there, but it was so hard to find the flushes to really get much more out of.
Yeah, and it was really DL as well that did a lot of damage. So let's get a listen in to the end of this one. Just another day at work.
Yeah, you can see that they're so stressed now. This is pretty much qualification zone feeling pretty good for them. There's still another day of play, but stretching into that, they've already got the momentum out of it. You know that there was stress. You know, you heard it from Batu in that interview. We found out right before we got here that we were going to be playing without one of our core players. The expectations were just shattered, and so if anything, this is like finding $2,000 underneath of your bed while you're cleaning or something, and you're just like, this is the best day ever. I didn't even know that this $2,000 existed.
I didn't think the Tooth Fairy was real. I didn't think it was real.
Well, go ahead and get ourselves set up for this next game because there is still so much to play for.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
All right, Lace, we have about 4 hours until PUBG kicks off, so is there anything you want to do today?
I think we should hit up Kadia City Grid and maybe I can go and tell all my problems to a pro player.
You do that every year.
Sounds good. Let's go.
Lace, that was really fun.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
The game's on!
She didn't make it in time. That's what happened.
Should have
it is what it is.
With glitter.
Should have ran.
With all that stuff happening, though, in this arena for EWC 26, I saw some basketball too, but we'll talk about some of that cool stuff that we might be able to do later, because right now, Twisted Minds, being able to overcome any adversity that they had to do with today, they're currently putting up the points and getting the wins.
Right? Getting wins in lieu of not having one of your players is absolutely wild to me, especially to see Tab coming out this strong. It makes you wonder, if Lou shows up, do they just leave Tab in? Because they are playing incredible. Like, this is a team with a sub, man.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you still want Lou, right? But the fact that Tab comes in, right? He hasn't played in a long time, especially at this level, right? I mean, we know he was good. He is a good player. Just coming in and filling and just still dominating, and that's a Twisted Mind things. But that also goes to show you how strong that core three of Twisted really is.
It kind of gives you a backup too. Now you actually have a solid backup, somebody that was your coach. If anything happens throughout this tournament, you'd be like, you know what, let's put him in. One team that was actually able to bounce back in this last match for Angry Men, we saw them being able to start off hot and then they slow down coming into this last match. When we were looking at the overall, they were in 13th place, but now with this top finish, I'm actually excited to see where they end up in the overall when we get a chance to look at that. But for this squad, this is what they need.
Yeah, and remember, guys, we're playing for essentially top 16, right? You just need to make sure that you're qualifying in the top 16. Anything after that is just academic, right? And so these guys coming into this game, 4EM kind of had a couple good games early, squandered a few opportunities in game, I think 3 and 4, but came back strong in this game, Steve.
I mean, I think the issue is Winda had a couple of good early games. What we need is the entire team to step up and have those big games as we move deeper into this thing. Another team that stepped up is Team Nemesis, as they got 4th in that one. This is the team. I think somebody jokingly called him Navi 0.5. I don't know who would do that. But they are a team that, like, I was like, oh, maybe they'll fire up more tomorrow when they look across the aisle. But here they are setting a standard. In fact, before we walked out in the green room, I heard Martin and James, who watch them play, who cover their region, say, what are they doing? Why aren't they putting up the numbers? These guys is a good team. And then they did this, which is good.
Yeah, and they absolutely nailed it. Another team that I actually want to talk about is VP.
Okay.
Okay, VP had a great first game.
They did.
They had an amazing first game. Game 2, Game 3, Game 4, not so much. But all of a sudden now coming back and finding this game, Nixie getting rid of DNS and Supers, being able to make it into this final against Twisted. Again, this was a massive boost because they were slipping. They were, it started the day really in top 5 and then they top 8. And well, what's going on? They're right back up there.
I mean, if anything, this was really outside of Twisted Minds in the last 2. Like, these are teams that needed to make those moves, right? The fact that Myth has slid a little bit, Liquid's not showing up here in the top 4 for this one, that's good news for everybody who's in the race going forward. But again, it just comes back to Twisted Minds, and it's kind of, it happens so early, it almost makes me sad because it means we're going to be talking about them for the next 6 days nonstop if they keep playing like this.
Talking about those guys.
But I know, but they deserve it, right? Because these are the statesmen. They won here last year. I think it was devastating for them that they did not give the performance at PGC that they wanted to. Last year was the year to pull the double. This could be it again with the way they're playing to have a Can you imagine? Okay, can you imagine having a chance to do the double in back-to-back years? Like, that is not something that almost any pro gamer gets a chance to do.
When you get a chance to start the tournament with the sub, not with your actual roster, you know what? I would love to see that. And so far, you've been pretty spot on. Earlier, you talk about Shadow Esports. Now with this Twisted, I'm going to keep track of all this stuff. Toffees definitely know what you're talking about when it comes to PUBG Battlegrounds. For some of the other squads as well, I want to talk about squads that need to actually start being a little bit more consistent. We saw AGAL being able to perform well, but in this last match, the consistency is just nowhere to be seen at the moment.
Tell me more.
Go in. Come on, Godspeed. You know you want to.
There's a few teams that I think are underperforming right now. Okay, I think definitely Supers. Even though we do see DL here with 2 grenade LMs, we know how capable that roster is.
That means we're cherry picking stats to put them on there. Right?
Yeah, but at the same time, again, Nemesis again is another one of those teams who I think could have a higher ceiling than where they're performing at. But yeah, Supers definitely. I'm looking at that team because they should not be struggling the way that they have been. Even though this is a strong lobby, I still think they should be getting more points on the board.
I still can't get over Myth with 2 wins in 5 games is astronomical, but then Twisted Minds, the team that pulled double.
When you're talking about Team Liquid, the one
Luke 12
another player that kind of pops out in my head is Look 12. Every single match, I feel like we're being able to see him just clutch up points for his squad as well. Now, for some of the other squads, right, we're going to have Group B sitting out tomorrow when we come back. So teams like Twisted Minds, I believe they're currently in Group B. They'll be able to get a chance to kind of breathe a little bit, even though they're currently performing so well. And it's one of those teams that if you were that squad, would you really want to just sit out that one there? Or would you just want to keep that momentum that they currently have?
I mean, I think they want to play the last days. The last days, for me, is what you want to have.
Yeah.
But you want to know what you have to do to make sure you advance. And then on top of that, you don't know who's going to the finals, but if you're playing the last day, you can choose who goes to the finals in some situations. You can choose who you knock out or hurt so that you can have the spots you want. So I think that is one. They're perfectly happy to be on the last day, and I think the fact that they are is kind of bad news for everybody else in the lobby.
I think, and so Liquid was top 3, not top 2. How could I forget about Myth? But Shadow Esports is a big surprise here, too. I have to say.
Yes.
Shadow Esports is a team that I think none of us really had any crazy expectations for, but my goodness, have they shown some pretty good resilience so far in a group that you would argue AB group is one of the hardest groups we've ever seen. So
I'm going to be looking at Pretty Core because this squad, I mean, going into tomorrow, that will be their last day of Group A. They will have to do something here. So going into this last match, what are we expecting out of this squad? That kind of have to make sure something happens at the end of the day, Godspeed.
Look, Petrichor in the last game was in a very rough position on the east side of that circle, and they didn't really have a lot of great options. That being said, of the options they had, they still chose for they still somehow chose the worst of those options. So, and look, Petrichor is a team that this year has actually been much more consistent than we saw them last year, right? Especially when we switched the meta up. So them, 4EM as well. I think the Chinese region in general has been strong this year, but we're not seeing that right now.
I just think Petrichor's successes have been too dependent on we need that shift to come to us. And that's, I think, where they set themselves up. And I think that can work really well for one event, but is that going to work for the rest of your life?
Right.
You know what I mean? So this is a set goals for the future situation. Another team that I wish was doing significantly better is Geeky. Like, this is a roster made up of consummate professionals, right? This is like Korea's version of Liquid, just a bunch of old guys who've been playing forever and know the game, and they're just not stepping up and performing.
No, I mean, I completely agree with you. I mean, when I came back into it, I was like, oh, Geeky is Korean now.
Yeah.
That's pretty interesting. And I looked at the roster and I was like, oh, those are really good players. But again, the performance is just not there. And I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's because we're switching up the way the maps are working now, which, by the way, I actually like. We used to do the, double Erangel, double Miramar. We'll throw a Tego somewhere in the middle, then a Rondo. But it's actually been really great to see the switch up because it also gives the players kind of a fresh look instead of, hey, we're going right into another Miramar. We already know we're dropping it at Picado. Like, it's the same set thing that you're dealing with. So I like the change of pace in that.
Yeah, at the beginning of the day, we were able to do kind of predictions too. We were able to pick which teams we wanted to. I'm not going to put you guys on that spot. I'm not going to make you just go blindfold, throw a dart. Now you guys really want to do it, huh? For everybody currently watching at home, you can actually select who you think is going to be winning this next match. Make sure you go to the EWC website or the app and put in your predictions. Just pick them. Let's see what you got. Maybe they pick Myth. Maybe they end up picking Shadow Esports, which honestly, we said no expectations. But after what Toffee's told me, I had high expectations for them, and they're currently delivering for me. But the game is ready, and I'm ready to see if my prediction is going to end up coming true. So let's send it over to Paper Thin and Matt Rim.
Thank you so much, guys, as we are on the last game of the day, and it should be an amazing game to watch. Remember, we do not have a last chance qualifier on this. It is just your overall amount of points between all three groups. The top 16 go on, so this match is going to be a pace-setting match moving in, as these guys are still going to have a 1 day of play each afterwards.
Yeah, exactly. So if you include this game, 7 more games to go for everybody. You're really looking to, have a good finish to the day. Set yourself up for your second day very nicely. Make yourself a little bit more comfortable to at least get into that grand finals. As we get a look at the plane path, not the most, fair plane path, we'll say.
I was talking to Colaris and Venture earlier, and they were talking about this new modified drop for Twisted Minds, where they're making a commitment into Novo. So shout out to them whenever we look at a plane path like this, how beneficial it could be to make a jump into that spot early. They're going to have inside tracks to a lot of different ways to go. So a squad that's been on a big come up, just continually building more and more momentum, even finding a plane path into an open drop is going to feel great.
Yeah, for sure. I think this is like kind of an interesting new wrinkle for Twisted Minds, and they're just doing fine with it. It shouldn't surprise anybody. I think they could literally play from any spot on the map that'll give them, level 2
gear, you know, in terms of the armor and helmets consistently, and they're probably going to do A-okay, and that's not too bad at all for them from their perspective. R8 going to be in a nice spot there in Pachinki. VP very happy about their fairy pair position for sure.
Chewy is taking a couple of shots at supers, but this is just a dust up over vehicles on drop. It's a continued measure, right? Is most people want to just play for points of interest, specifically to keep control over vehicles. I would think that Chewy is just being a little bit spicy over there to see if maybe he could get a free kill out of it, but it should be supers being able to retreat.
तो डे 1 का लास्ट मैच नंबर 6 चालू हो चुका है.
Should be A-okay for everybody. Coming into this, there's going to be a lot of open.
ये है Erangel map.
Because right along over there, it's going to be field. So I wouldn't be surprised if most of our teams just continue in a more centered meta, as that is going to be where we see Potato Mountain kind of being the focal point.
Yeah, with kind of the chaotic nature of the circles now, you have to be kind of aggressive towards the center because every time the circle shrinks, it's going to have to keep some amount of that center in there, so you're at least hedging your bets a little bit as time goes on in some ways. But
you know what's great about Twisted coming down to Novo? We actually get to see Novo more now. Usually the teams that get drops, no offense, aren't going to be the teams that are getting round wins, so we don't get to see them go down in Novo right off the get-go. So a little bit of a modification could be pretty interesting. VP also has a very long stretch that they're doing over here kind of from the center out. The squads that I'm looking at going into this last game, VP and AGAL, I think, are going to be wanting more out of this one. VP is having a good day. I'm not arguing that. 4th place.
Sure.
It's more just, I think that VP was wanting to be closer to that 60-point line than the 30-point line.
Yeah.
AGAL, how do you not just walk a direction and start killing people in 5 points?
I agree. I mean, I think it's always kind of this weird thing with AGAL where they'll have some
R8 के
tournaments
shots
and they look like they're unbeatable, and then the next event it looks a little scrappy. It doesn't quite all click. Himas is dying early here and there for some reason, and just not really able to get everything figured out. There's a lot of teams on this leaderboard that I really have high hopes for, and they're kind of in the middle of the pack.
I was talking to one of the players, and they said AGAL is the squad that tries to be so smart when they don't need to be. and I feel like that summarizes them so well. Like they'll make the play for the right position and do all this other stuff, but sometimes
I want to guess the player.
I'm not going to reveal it. It's mildly toxic, and I'm not going to reveal mildly toxic conversations. Let that one go. Knowing the fact that it's mildly toxic, you can already have an idea.
I'm pretty sure I know. All right, over towards
भाई ट्विस्ट ने लीड ले ली है फर्स्ट पोजीशन पे आकर
kind of keeping our
मिड
eye
से
on
ऊपर
this
चले
game
गए हैं.
because they really need to bounce back from an kind of
मिड
rough
को
day.
अच्छे किल पॉइंट्स के साथ पोजीशन पॉइंट्स भी लेने पड़ेंगे उससे ऊपर आने के लिए.
In terms of what you would expect out of a team with kind of their history and caliber, Vitality as well in a good-ish spot, but only 6 points ahead. So from where the Supers are at in 13th to where Vitality's at in 7th is only 6 points.
But look at the cut line. Where we see Vitality at 26 points right now, it's only 7 points down to Nemesis, and that's in 15th place. The bottom half, if you falter right now, it's just going to hurt.
R8 के 0 अच्छे points हैं. 6 हैं.
That means that they could be putting themselves in more vulnerable points, and then instead finding themselves dead instead of finding those 1 or 2 points that they want.
Well, you're already looking at this leaderboard, and everybody is starting to sweat.
Oh,
Teddy,
R8 का क्या हो रहा है बे? R8 कैसा खेल रहे हैं?
One of the things about the Supers this year when I was kind of looking through some of their results was that they don't get a lot of their points from kills. They're one of the few teams that's kind of like consistently doing okay-ish or has had some good results that a lot of their points come from placements.
That's all fine and good, like 2 years ago meta.
Exactly.
Whenever you got squads that be popping off and getting kills like what we were seeing, like 10, 12 kills a game for some of these teams, just getting like 2nd place and 3 or 4 kills is only netting you 9, so the squad that's in 3rd place is technically out point matching you every single round. Placement's just not enough anymore.
You got to drop bombs, man. You got to be averaging almost, more than 3 kills a game to be one of those
R8 का मुझे लग रहा है फर्स्ट डे तो अच्छा नहीं गया बिल्कुल भी. R8 का अच्छा नहीं गया. नेमेसिस का भी अच्छा नहीं गया. टाइलू का भी नहीं गया. AGL का मतलब मुझे इतना एक्सपेक्टेड नहीं था कि वो इतना नीचे रहेंगे. वो 13th पोजीशन पे.
10 points per game. That's double what we used
AGL
to
अच्छा
consider
खेला.
being good or safe. It is just so hard. And yeah, we're still in qualification stage, so
sure.
Okay, yeah, 5 points per game puts you right around 8th place, but that doesn't feel
Vitality को भी top 5 में होना
चाहिए. I'm saying like
I guess
that's the pace that I look at for the winning team, right? Like if it's just
TL
like
अच्छी चल रही है. अच्छे पेस में TL.
if you're averaging 10, 11 points per game, then I'm looking at you as a winner. Pretty much like 90%, as long as there isn't another team that's matching that.
And look, I love me an underdog story. Shadow, keep on keeping on, man. Like, you're finding stuff, and yeah, okay, it's not just finding position in the circle. They're taking firefights here or there. They're not the cleanest ones, but they are learning fast. And I love watching underdog squads that learn fast and manage to like really fix their mistakes game into game and just keep taking the curve up on their play real fast.
And I mean, again, it's just always a matter of time as long as a region continues to take things seriously and shows that they're
हाँ साइकिलिंग चल रही है बाहर निकले हैं गार्डन में साइकिलिंग करने
right coaches and everything it will eventually happen that they will do some things, and today has been pretty good.
I'm a simple man. I just like bicycles, dude. There's something about it. It's just the sound.
I know, but I really want to like get the card on a laundry bin.
Yeah, okay, I got you. Get it going back behind. Okay,
that's right.
Let's look at our center circle right now. As pretty much centered up is going to be around that position where our 8 VP AGAL are all going to be playing from. AGAL is running a 2-2 split closer to Death Road, but on the western side of Death Road. Petrichor Road's running a 2-2 where they've got themselves essentially potato up, potato mountain up on top, going down into those compounds that lead out Pachinki into the apartments school area. Other strong positions, Super have taken over Pachinki itself, but a lot of our teams are on that kind of southeastern area leading into farm and whatnot and the coastlines it provides. Just because that is the safer area, there's way more terrain to be played to the south and to the east than there is to the west.
Yep. And Team Liquid is very late from the north. It has Vitality up ahead.
Teams
we already saw it on the very first Erangel. Had a little bit of a dust up in this part of the map, but this time around it's actually Liquid on the other side.
मुझे लगा Vitality ने देखा.
Trailing well behind Vitality, who is just going to drive around the Everest Mountain.
Red zone भी मिल गया उनको.
And a pretty hard shift over to the west.
ठीक है, Vitality मुझे लग रहा है सीधा रोटेट करके गटका से नीचे जाएगी. साउथ की साइड जाके वो जाएगी.
We got the map up. You can see where Duck Juice has already gone for the Pachinki hillside. Anything kind of to the west of that hillside and to the south.
Vitality के पास अच्छा है मौका. अभी वो अच्छा एरिया कवर कर सकती है. उसके जो कंपाउंड्स हैं वहाँ पे.
That's a bloodbath position to play. That means that most of our squads are going to be forced.
East side जो है east में.
What we're looking at is everybody's just going to have to cluster right on top of each other, and it's going to lead to a much bloodier circle too than we're used to.
R8 versus.
See that Petrichor Road is getting involved with Full Sense, who's getting involved with R8, and it's just an affair on the outside of Pachinki. The Supers are moving their way outside. Gam has already tried to fortify Belmont.
FS का एक player down हो चुका है.
The rest of his team had to settle in and looking to maybe throw some smokes his direction.
Where do you go, Petrichor? You're kind of just circling the wagons down in this trench, and that's about the best you're going to find. AGL is just going to be to the south of you. Full sense that we saw going around the Pachinki area. Looks like seeing if they can get back.
ये मुझे लग रहा है बिल्कुल safe position नहीं थी उनके लिए. वहाँ नहीं hold करना चाहिए था अभी.
It's going to be just to the north of that, realizing that this is going to have a lot more friends over here than they were expecting. Nimbus is going to be on the other side of it. How much of a commitment do we see coming out from Team Liquid? It looks like they are going to try to just brute force their way right up into Gam's face, and it's going to kind of work.
There you go. I mean. Sometimes just a show of confidence.
Fight जल्दी engage हो गई है इसमें तो इस एंगल में.
Sure, Team Liquid has both, and they are going to move in very nicely. And Gam gonna try a different angle. Tai Lu in trouble.
Tai Lu के साथ क्या हुआ ये?
He's looking to finish what he started, and easy money for Ming Ming to come in there, get the job done for at least 1 point.
Every single peak is going to be
punished. Man, Tai Lu सबसे पहले.
Eliminated. Petrichor Road, enjoying the fact that they've got a lot of friends around them that are going to help out. Rap's going to be continuing.
कुछ भी points नहीं मिले Tai Lu को तो.
Going to be touching the circle. Team Liquid not too confident in the position where they just pushed Gam away is going to stretch more along the north, leading into Pachinki in that little mini ridge line that they're going to have. So Gam's going to have close range friends that have been supers that have taken control over the compound just to the north of Pachinki hillside that can be quite strong if the circle goes there.
I really like what the supers did here. This is exactly what I wanted to see from them in the position they were at. Take a little bit of control there outside of the field. Get close to the side of that mountain. Set yourself up for a potentially really strong late game if the circles get a little bit favorable for you. And even if they don't, you should be able to find some ways to get some kills here and there. You would think Nemesis just going to turtle on up. This is way on that western edge, just to the edge of the field and where there's a hill. Just on the outside of them with 4 a.m. looping around the back.
Sorry, you said, the way you said where there's a hill, it made me think there's a way?
Where there's a hill, there's a way?
That's the secret to rotating in PUBG. Where there's a hill, there's a way. All right. Twisted Minds updated guys that are on the top of the leaderboard right now. They're in kind of not a great spot, not a bad spot. but they're kind of playing over into the east. You can see the example.
हाँ वाइटलिटी ने अच्छे कंपाउंड्स होल्ड किए हैं इन्हीं कंपाउंड्स के बोल रहा
Myth very stretched out in front of them. This is what I was afraid of.
उनके पास है
was going to abandon the spot, and now they're dealing with a very gate kept circle.
सेंटर में जाने की तो वाइटलिटी जा रही है सेंटर वाइटलिटी सेंटर ऑफ द जोन जा रही है उन्हें रुकना चाहिए वाइटलिटी का फाइट हो जाएगी एंगेज होने वाली है 4 AM से हो गई वाइटलिटी वर्सेस 4 AM
where everybody has to sort of hang out around the outside of it for the most part and try to just hold the line. Cowboy doing a little bit of aerial viewing.
Cowboy को क्या ये मजे सूझे
out here and he's doing a quick check of the field, maybe going to land and needs a I don't know what exactly he's looking for here.
Hey, dude, sometimes the grass is just nice.
You know, it's just safe out there at least.
It is. Just kind of chilling. Vibing. Everybody else is so busy chasing the circles, you know, involved in the rat race. Sometimes you just got to stop, live your best life, really just go
slow. के पास तो vitality थी ना?
You know.
I was literally looking. I'm like, is there somebody body that's on the ground? He's looking to go for the blue chip. No, that's not it. Well, whatever. Shadow Esports in a bit of a crossfire there.
VP से fight. ये निकाल देंगे मुझे लग रहा है इसको.
34 HP. Trying to go for some heals, will just barely bypass.
Remember how we talked about Twisted over here? This is going to be kind of what they're going to have to deal with in a second. With, I mean, I guess Shadow at least getting inside track on position first, but where do you even go? They're kind of stuck on the field right now.
उसकी कार में से धुआं भी निकल गया था.
They're going to put themselves in Vitality's crossfire. VP is going to have control over everything in the east. It looks like Twisted is going to go for an emergency pickup that has been called, so that's going to get instantly picked up. Curious to see where they're going to go as you'll probably see the helicopter path right now pretty close to VP. There's a lot of mortars, I think, going after 4 angry men.
I think you're right. I'm very curious about Twisted Minds. What in the world they're going to end up doing here. Maybe the western edge of the field that's in the current circle might be an option, but Full Sense is currently driving in that direction. So if you try to parachute there, you might be just a little bit late to the party. Nixie gets out the protractor, thinking about doing a little bit.
अभी तो नहीं यूज करेंगे.
A squared plus B squared equals C squared.
FS के लिए बहुत टफ होने वाला है. FS नेमेसिस से फाइट होने वाली है FS की. Oh man.
Gedrock's going to follow it up on the other side of the circle, kind of involved in what's going on in the center. Tigger with nowhere to really go has to retreat right back out into the blue.
अरे दिया उसने 23.
Tries to get some shots to go with the ace, can't really find the mark, but quickly over to the mini, and I don't know what in the world just happened to Sets and a grenade in his
गया.
A lot of his team went down. Speaking of going down, Belmoth will fall to Diffix as he looks to keep Full Sense very much in the bottom half of this leaderboard.
3 बंदे डाउन हैं इनके.
And Nemesis should be able to pick this up, but it is going to be Twisted Minds who offer their emergency pickup. Going to be in a pretty good spot. Soset has had to stay back to kind of keep Petrichor Road at bay, so that way this rotate feels a bit safer, but it definitely don't feel good. The other side of the hill is going to feel a lot safer as you only have to deal with Petrichor Road. New circle is now popped, and that means it is going to be AGAL, VP, GK, Myth, Supers, R8.
अरे AGL और VP साथ में जा रहे हैं. ये घेर लिया उसको, घेर लिया. Oh man. चढ़ा दिया.
Trying to crush VP underneath his tires, looking for more. Salalzi very, very weak, has more coming in. That grenade right next to him.
भाई नेड किसने डाला ये?
Nixie almost falling to that grenade that fell into his hole. Salalzi holding on for dear life.
भाई टीम लिक्विड ने गड़बड़ कर दी.
What they're shooting at, they're just shooting into every dip that has a firefight in it. VP gets eliminated, so that does mean AJL stays alive for now, but it is going to be closely followed as a ton of utility rains down upon them. We ain't done yet as we still have another rotate, and that's going to be Myth passing just to the south.
Well, you're still looking at a couple teams that are outside of the circle that need to make their way in. The Supers on the north, Team Liquid up there as well. Myth over to the east. Park Pro is going to fall here. Baron getting the job done there, will find the point. Purdy Curdy.
भाई GK भी गया. टीम लिक्विड आ गई रश इन करने. टीम लिक्विड आ गई रश इन करने. वो ओह अच्छा किया था उसने, अच्छा पिक निकाला था.
They might just be able to hold on. Those grenades not
कौन है?
get there from Akan.
गीके गया.
Oh, it's so close to wiping Liquid out.
It's just more cover potentially the longer these nades continue to crash down upon him. But too many angles. Liquid's going to go down. New contenders on approach. Super's running down the hillside. Myth on the other side. Nakan just in the middle of it all.
Oh, Heaven taken out by the combined arms of 4AM, who have themselves
4AM ने 4 pits बनाए हैं. थोड़ा distance पे बहुत अच्छा है. बहुत अच्छी quality है.
Right in the center of the circle. DL still kicking there. A couple members of the Supers with him, or just one other member of the Supers with him this time around. Now things settle. Most teams have found some kind of footing.
Welcome to the fields, where everybody has a bit of a dip, and that's about all they can really work with. BRDM going to be big for Supers, and that's why they're kind of stealing this centered position right now. To the north of them is going to be 4 Angry Men, a bit more scattered across the fields to work around. Shaxx hay bale is going to be about the biggest commodity you've got, unless you're down to the south and Vitality, who has themselves a great compound. Myth, though, they've got a different secret for success. Who needs dips whenever you can just shoot anything that's going to be in front of you and try to find a kill? They have an open opportunity.
Myth के पास अच्छी लोकेशन है. Vitality भी यार अभी तक.
The bolts here in this lobby, he has been good no matter what, and love to see him getting involved. Now Gam, of course.
मिथ कहाँ जा रही है? नहीं, अरे वाइटलिटी को क्यों जाना है? अरे भाई सैंडविच सिचुएशन हो जाएगी उनके लिए. ये गड़बड़ कर दी उन्होंने. गया.
It is going to be Supers raining down nade upon nade. What do you do? It's going to be Levante, I think, leading the charge forward to see if he can get a nade. But the BRDM is so strong, man. What do you... You can't really deal with it other than just dropping a couple of nades on top of him. Levante just has to deal with the threat right up in his face and just keep burning utility piece after utility piece for it.
Yeah, Vitality in kind of an awkward spot where they're trying to make their way forward. They want to deal with that BRDM in front of them. But it's really tough to when you still have some players and teams behind them.
एक बंदा डाउन हो चुका है. इनके पास यार ये BRDM.
Petrichor to the north, nowhere to go. They're going to have to be bumping right into Gam. And it is just Myth, slow, steady approach. Walking in is, what do you even have to deal with down here? There is no space, super flat terrain. It is just shoot whatever pops in front of you. Petrichor Road gets demolished on their rotate by Gam.
Oh, I hope we have the replay for that grenade. Tanvu hit an absolute banger onto Petrichor Road on their way in. Baron will land one of his own.
भाई Shadow गई.
10th, but a really nice day for them. 35 points. Nothing.
Team Liquid भी eliminate हो गई है.
A little bit of a forward maneuver.
मिथ और ट्विस्ट दोनों होल्ड करके खेलेंगे ये दोनों.
Nice little dip that's been created for them.
That's not a little dip. Look at how many explosions are happened
over there.
Dip. That is like you could stand up in that dip and still have cover. That is.
We call it the Big Dipper.
I give it to you. I give it to you.
Vitality ने बहुत होल्ड कर रखा है अभी.
Just continuing to use the BRDM to make sure that Vitality doesn't get too close. See if they can scout out anything else. Over the west, and Nemesis is just trying to creep their way and get into the circle. Twist is just going to make their life hellacious moment by moment as it goes. As most of our teams are playing over into the east, it's just Gam up to the north, R8 kind of the northwest, and oh, this is what I was afraid of.
Well,
अरे कोई भी नहीं था यहाँ तो.
It's absolutely nothing. Nobody's in those trees. The Supers BRDM, by the way, is about to die. It is on its last legs.
They could have just dropped the mortar into a point that they knew had a couple of cover points to play from, so that way they could.
Vitality.
Surprised because it looks like
Vitality versus Myth हो गया है. दो डाउन हो चुके हैं. दो नॉकआउट है.
Different opportunities in front of you, and it looks like it is going to be the backstab onto Vitality.
Vitality has been trying to deal with the Supers BRDM for a very long time, and I think they finally did, but it's the wrong moment for them. Baron again with the grenades, doing it. 6 kills for him on the board.
9 kills overall for Myth, and it feels like there's more to be had. Circle pops. It goes more to the south, so that's going to be Supers in there, burnt up. BRDM pretty much in the center of it, but guess what? To the west of that,
BRDM उसको बहुत
बचा के रख रहा है. Welcome to the fields, and how does the grass grow? With blood.
Yeah, no doubt. And realizing that they have the Supers pretty well dead to rights.
DNS पे push हो गया.
There you go. And it is going to be DL and Guman paying the price.
Nice.
Myth on the warpath once again. They have now taken
Myth ने कितनी heavy lead ले ली है.
66 points, 4 ahead of Twisted Minds. Nemesis has Twisted Minds right in front of them, looking on this western edge, and
भाई ट्विस्टेड माइंड्स फर्स्ट पे आ गए थे, मिथ ने वापस कितनी अच्छी लीड ली है।
Everybody has Melman has absolutely nothing. He has a Panzer, an AUG, and a Dream.
Well, I mean, Nemesis has been fighting
Next
over
zone
the
आ गया।
Western Front for so long, having to deal with so many squads around them that kept trying to backstab. So I don't blame anybody coming into the circle without any smokes or anything else like that. Gam kind of had a compound that they were playing from, and Petrichor road fight a second ago. So perhaps they have something to deal with, as it is just going to be an entrenched 4 Angry Men, an entrenched Myth, and an entrenched Twisted Minds, and everybody else walking into the field.
I think if Gam can kind of deal with R8 on this Western side, they have a pretty good chance to maybe get pretty far in this game. They should have a lot of utility scooping it up off of the Petrichor Road dead bodies. They should be sitting pretty well looking into this late game. You know, armor and helmet should be pretty okay. Yeah, Duck Juice did take a headshot. Myth has taken full control of the center of the circle.
Look at this. This is the one little bit of a rise inside of this field, right? Over to the west, there's a bit of another one. But this means that Myth gets kind of high ground, a little bit of a fortification in that, I guess, the Big Dipper that they've managed to find for themselves. And it's everybody else just kind of scavenging for something. Twisted Minds good on their defense. Nemesis has no path in. There's still the tree fortifications that Gam is playing from. So, I mean, R8 still kind of stuck over here as well, and you just have to brute force your way through. It's all just going to be on aim. That's the only way you get into the circle. You got to get Nox, and you got to get him now.
Yeah, exactly. It's really important to do some serious damage, and Batulins has 309 damage in this one. Has no kills, though, to speak for it. Has been hitting some good shots. Example, sitting on some decent utility, as well as a Groza, along with that Ghillie suit. Tanbu is going to take down AJ. 5 kills now for Tanbu. Empty, trying to blast his way forward, but there just isn't a ton to work with.
I mean, it's nade on one side, bullets on the other, and still just trying to creep his way forward. He's finding some way to do it. He's inside the circle, but other player for R8 does go down. Duck Juice is going to be the one that finds it. Nemesis is trapped over here due to Twisted, so poor old Empty is just stuck with friends all around him.
I just noticed that Akan was still alive. I just saw that on the screen, but he's going to go down. Nemesis on the edge of the blue. Diffix Melman in trouble. Oh, Diffix barely sidesteps that grenade. Stays alive at least for now. Gam is on the hunt. They wiped out R8.
Look at this circle. Pops down to the south. Twisted's got control over the northwest. Myth's got control over the northeast. And Baron is now kind of left the circle, left the safety of the rest of the players with Myth. And he's trying to wrap around back behind 4 Angry Men. So that means that 4 Angry Men, Gam, and Nemesis all only have really one angle of approach, and it's all on top of each other.
Yeah, Gam now has to ping pong the other way. They've wiped out a couple different teams. Nemesis gone, R8 gone. Twisted Minds has held the line, but they have no kills to speak for it, although they're doing just fine, of course, because it's just the group stage, and they aren't too fussed about it. But Gam is having a hell of a game. 12 kills.
Well, I thought Gam's problem was the fact that they didn't have very many vehicles left, but they've managed to keep one. With the C4, how are they going to wrap? The timing means that they're going to have to run this one pretty quick. They know where multiple players for Twisted are going to be at. How is this timed out? They managed to go down. Big explosion! That's going to at least manage to pick up one.
Oh,
Twisted, who had control, has just example up, and Gam is running after it. Myth has realized they're taking more control over the circle, but 4 Angry Men is still left the odd team out.
Oh boy.
Finish off Gam. It was a valiant
भाई Myth और 4AM के पास man advantage है.
They've got 2 down, but they didn't take out Example. How did he not get run over there? He hides underneath. HS pays the price.
Oh, the bouncing car in front of him. Example going full beast mode right now. He's the last one up, but he is not done yet.
Oh boy.
Big showing coming up from him.
Oh man, Example. I thought he was going to put on a show for us there, and he certainly did. But it could have gone a little bit longer.
गया एक और नेड है यहाँ पे.
Trying to hold on for dear life, but he is getting absolutely smothered with utility. Able to barely escape that Molly. Shen out in the blue, it looks like in a world of trouble. Myth going to take their third game of the day, seemingly.
14 kills waiting for more. They're just going to walk it. Makes it look easy. Myth with half the games on the day and massive kill counts. These guys
Myth ने कितने बढ़िया राउंड्स निकाले थे. मजा आ गया.
Oh, they're
मजा आ गया
so smart. I mean, the way that they play the edge of that circle, waiting for their right moments, extremely efficient with the grenades. Baron in particular doing a really nice job. Wiping out multiple opponents multiple times with his grenades. And Myth had one of the best days we've seen from them yet. They've had some damn good ones.
Oh, man. And this has been some crazy circles, too, that have just been really hard to navigate. I mean, pickaxes and explosions being really the only way you can find safety, and I would say about 3 of our games today.
Yeah, for sure. Those field circles in particular, it's almost a blessing and a curse to have like the ability to remove the terrain like that. You know, it makes it a little more exciting, but it also just makes it so much harder in those situations because everybody's doing the same thing, and trying to navigate those spots is very difficult to keep track of everything, and you never know when like new, you know, dips are going to be created, who knows where, and then players can somehow hide underneath your vehicle. It's crazy.
This has just been an absolutely wild day. I mean, Made in Thailand just made with success right now, and Twisted Minds, who came in with really no expectations, having a crazy day of their own. I still am just dumbfounded by how long Example survived in that last game.
Oh, I mean, there's a reason he's maybe the best to ever do it, right? He is just incredible. He is so fun to watch, so smart. The reactions, obviously, through the roof. The individual skill we know, and the brains are huge on that Twisted Minds team. It's a thing of beauty.
We also did see Gam starting to find more, I guess, creative plays coming in the later stages of that using C4. It's really hard to drive a vehicle across the circle like that in a more flat terrain and still time out the C4 to explode whenever it needs to, because it'll often drive too far past if you come in with the wrong speeds. It's to be able to perform in that whenever you're under that much duress is really difficult, and especially you're getting shot and you're probably going to get knocked out of the vehicle. Like, no, my job is to get this in. You're like Luke Skywalker running down the Death Star trenches, like, doesn't matter if I get shot, I just need to get this shot off.
On target, stay on target. Yeah, and they did, and that's something they have done a lot in the past, you know, back when they were the Expendables. Like, I remember those C4 hits that they would try to varying levels of success. That one was one of their better ones. I think the way they played that end game, like when I said, okay, you need to clear R8, from that moment on, they played that game about as well as they could. Like, they racked in a ton of kills. They cleared so many different edges. That is like textbook edge PUBG. They did such a nice job there. I was really impressed with Gam.
Oh, VP, man, it's like they're playing good in a day where everybody else is just finding miracles.
Yeah.
And I feel bad about that, because it's not like they're like struggling. They just can't find what they want. But we've got ourselves an interview with the man, the myth, the legend himself, Kiss.
The Myth. I like that one. That was good. I've got Kiss here from Myth. Kiss, let's have a quick chat, okay, before I let you go. Talk to us about today. 3 wins, an extremely strong day. Talk about those final moments of map 4, if you could, okay? Rondo, you guys faced off against AGAL at the very end of that map. It was a really strong show out. You had 1 player down as well, and you managed to win. Talk about the approach of how you guys managed to overcome AGAL to win that map.
ก็ก่อนอื่นเลยนะฮะแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะฮะวันนี้3ไก่นิ่มๆนะฮะมองย้อนกลับไปที่เกม4กันหน่อยดีกว่าฮะรอนโดครับตอนที่เราต้องปะทะกับ AGAL ตอนนั้นน่ะเราเสียไปแล้ว1ผู้เล่นตอนนั้นมีอะไรเข้ามาในหัวกันบ้างฮะถึงแบบว่าเล่นออกมาได้สไตล์ขนาดนั้นได้
เรียกว่าเป็นมีกำลังใจแล้วกันครับเพราะว่าเราปลดล็อกไก่ตั้งแต่เกมแรกแล้วเราก็รู้สึกว่าทุกคนนะมีความแบบว่าปลดล็อกในตัวเองครับและทำให้ทุกคนเล่นได้ดีขึ้นในทุกๆเกมมีกำลังใจในการเล่นมากขึ้นเพราะว่าเราปลดล็อกไก่แล้วไม่มีความกดดันแล้วครับ
Yeah, because it's like we already got the first chicken already, so we have no pressure at all. We just gonna play aggressively and like giving them everything we got.
I like that. Now, Jacob has joined your team this year. Joined in as the IGL. He's obviously been incredibly impressive. Talk to us about his style as an IGL and how he's able to lead you guys to so much success.
มาที่เจคอบกันบ้างนะฮะเพิ่งเข้ามาเลยปีนี้มาเป็น IGL รู้สึกยังไงบ้างฮะกับการเล่นของเขาแล้วก็การสั่งแผนของเขาฮะ
ก็รู้สึกดีมากครับที่มีเขาเข้ามาในทีมแล้วก็รู้สึกว่าทีมเล่นกันเข้ากันได้ดีมากครับแล้วก็เรียกว่าเขาเป็นผู้เล่นที่เติมเต็มให้ทีมเลยแล้วกันครับใช่
Yeah, because like to be honest, we were very happy and excited to have him in our team, and he became our IGL. I think he's like one of the X factor of MITH.
Oh, the X Factor. Let's go. Kiss, thank you so much for joining us in this awesome interview. Congratulations on such a very strong day 1 in groups. Obviously, we've got more action to come your way. But you know what? Myth are absolutely popping off right now, and that's undeniable. But don't go anywhere, because we've got another interview lined up across the stage. It is, of course, Kalaris.
That's right. Thank you very much, Barney. Thank you very much, Kiss. Of course, I've got Nixie here with me from Virtus Pro. A little bit of a shift of gears here. Not been the easiest day for Virtus Pro here, Nixie, to get things a rolling. Talk to me about the day and how it's been so far.
I mean, we started off strong with 13 points on Erangel, then it kind of fell off because we're just trying to get used to like the server because it's a little bit different experience, I would say. So yeah, we're just trying to get used to the server and like, I don't know, kind of keep the pace up from the first game, but yeah, we just died in rotation every game almost, so yeah.
Maybe a bit of a bounce back in the next days.
Yeah, we'll see.
We'll see. Of course, you did find your footing a little bit more on Tago. Can you talk to me about that and how it was going down? It was going to be difficult, I suppose, to deal with where Twisted Minds was compared to your position, of course, but before that and everything that was going on.
I mean, we got a really good zone first to sixth. We kind of like caught 6 zones, and then we had to play out of the compound. I would say we played good. We had good information on the teams around us, and we kind of lost Beamy for no reason to DNS guy, I think. And then it was 3-4 endgame against Twisted. I would say it was possible to win, but yeah, we didn't win, so it was possible definitely though, so yeah, second place.
All right, coming into your next day of groups then, are there any teams on the other side that you're going to have to go up against that you might be concerned about? Maybe they're kind of dropping near you. Obviously, you said on Tago with DNS, you were actually able to catch 1 or 2 of them in the previous one, and then, as you say, had a little bit of a loss here and there. So what about the teams that you're going to be coming up against next?
I mean, not really. We're not getting contested on any of the maps, I hope. So far, we're not getting contested, so yeah, I would say, no, not really. Like, we are just gonna go tomorrow with the same confidence, the same everything, and we'll see. We're gonna qualify.
All right, well, thank you very much for joining me, Nixie, here. Good luck for your next day. And that is us done and dusted here for the interviews. Let's wrap things up and get our first day all done.
And even though he might not be happy with his performance today, still a good performance considering that the top 16 after groups will be moving on to the finals. But we saw the confidence there coming in with Myth as well. And we were talking about predictions, and hopefully you were able to go to the EWC website and the app and put in your predictions, because these 2 amazing lads with me were able to predict it. Even though I wasn't going to put them on the spot, they were like, Myth. You guys were right.
I mean, they won 2 already.
We've been around.
We've been around. But I mean, it is. Any good first date in the City of Love ends with a kiss, and that's what we got to see here. Absolutely lambasted everyone. This guy is ridiculous fire, and giving him Jacob, taking him from E Arena, doing whatever you had to get that leader on the team has been the game changer. Kiss just he got the responsibility taken off his shoulders. He was given the freedom to play his game. He's got Scappadoo on his backside, making sure he's always covered. These guys look insane.
And honestly, I feel like when E Arena was at their best, it was with Jacob, right? And now that he has moved to Myth and he has the firepower plays like the French kiss himself, right? It's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. And I think that's why Myth have not only dominated today, but dominated so far this year.
How many kiss jokes can we fit into a broadcast?
Probably a lot.
All of them.
It's a
well,
tongue
just
twister.
wait until tomorrow, the beginning. We'll see how many we can
Just until tomorrow, that's it.
Yeah. But for the squad, it wasn't just Kiss, it wasn't some of the other players. Baron was able to actually perform really well in this last match, being able to put up those kills, and talking about teams that were able to perform well when nobody, by the way, we did expect Myth to do well. One team that we weren't expecting to do that well was Twisted. But the adversity, honestly, it didn't feel like it was there. They started off slow, Lays, but they were able to pick it up in a big way.
Yeah, I mean, we always have this conversation about placement and aggression versus eliminations, and I've brought the stats for you guys. Ooh. Obviously, we're looking at our top 3 teams. I'm going to give you a little bit of a breakdown up until match 5, but Twisted Minds had a placement average of 6.6. However, drum roll please, their elimination average is 8.4, which is actually wild above Team Liquid at 5.8 and Myth, who was on 5.6. Okay, so if you can see where that aggressive playstyle comes from, that's right in the stats there. But I mean, coming out of that final match, that probably would have improved their placement average as well, coming out at 3rd. But you know, they weren't able to hold on to that little top of the title because I think Myth got the same memo.
I also have to say, example proning in that defilade. On the second car, I was talking to James about it, and I said, do you think he did it on purpose? He said, no, surely he drop-shotted. But still, in all my years of watching...
Myth on number 1, Twisted Minds second with 69 points, Gam Esports with 50 points, Team Liquid number 4 with 47 points, Shadow Esports with 35 points on number 5, number 6, Watchers Pro with points 35.
With the consistency, with the amazing gameplay that we saw out of them, no surprise that they're currently in first
बहुत अच्छा खेले मिथ ने बहुत अच्छा खेला ट्विस्टेड माइंड्स ने भी बहुत अच्छा खेला है एक्चुअली दोनों ने बहुत अच्छा खेला है
Yeah, I mean, this is obviously a very strong roster. We've been aware of Tanfu, Duckjuice, Clories. I mean, Hongaf, these guys have been around forever, but what they were able to do today on the comeback, bringing it, especially in that last game, I think was very important because, I mean, we talked about Shadow Esports, right? And they're good, and we think they're doing great, but I think 35 points is not enough, even though they're in 5th place now. You talked about it, 17, dealing with them in the hot drops.
4 AM on number 7 with 32 points. Team Vitality with 29 points on number 8.
I mean, I firmly believe part of this game in the early
8 पे नहीं मुझे लगता है कि टॉप 5 में देखो डिजर्व करती है टीम वाइटैलिटी तो फॉर श्योर
They're not going to drop 17 tomorrow, and that means they're going to be working somewhere.
GK Esports on number 9 with 25 points. Team Nemesis with again with points 25 on number 10.
Fighting for that club championship. A lot of people don't want Falcons to win. We'll see if they're actually
DNS on number 11 with 23 points, right?
Was one of those squads that were able to bring it back as well after half of the day.
Pero on number 13 with 23 points. FS on number 14 with 22 points. Kailu on number 15 with 19 points and R8 on number 16, bottom of the league, and number 16 with 10 points only.
Because, yeah, we talk about this roster and this is something that they should be able to capitalize on, but it seems like a lot.
There's something wrong with my net. क्या हो जाता है इसको?
A lot of zones did not go their way, a lot of play styles did not go their way, and it's really reflecting.
क्या पंगा है?
Reflecting on that leaderboard now, but you know, they do have the tenacity. A lot of these teams obviously do know how to bring it back. We talk about the mentality. Of these teams as well. You know, sometimes when you get into the bottom of these leaderboards, it can be difficult to get yourself out of that mindset. But look, I 100% believe that they can, and just not going to be today.
I think the biggest issue for some of the teams that are coming into it is just Group C, right? I mean, just looking at a few of those teams right now, you got Falcons, you have Gen G, you have Na'Vi, you have 17. I mean, we already talked about, you know, a team like Shadow that's going to struggle with 17. What about the other teams that are going to have to come into that, especially if you're one of those teams that is already on the bottom of the leaderboard? Now you have to deal with a completely new set of teams, new drops, new rotations. That just becomes a nightmare if you're already on the back foot.
There you go. We got a chance to see.
Oh my God. Dude, this was so sick. And it was on 4 AM as well. Oh my God. That second prone was just
that's why he's the GOAT. I don't care what anybody else says. He's got PGC. He's got EWC. He's got PGSs. He joined Twisted Minds after dominating the world with Na'Vi. This guy is insane, and that's why he's on every fantasy roster I'll ever build.
I usually pick him first every time.
100%.
You were saying he was hot. Just drop shot. I don't know. I think maybe he heard the vehicle coming. He's like, let me actually just dive down. By the way, these are the groups. Today we had Group A versus Group B. Tomorrow we'll be having Group A versus Group C. So for those squads that were not able to perform that well there in Group B, don't worry, you'll have a little bit of extra time. But Group C, the top dog, there's a lot of top dogs coming in. I know, Toffees, you were looking at some of the other squads. I mean, Na'Vi is in there as well.
Yeah, I mean, Na'Vi in and of itself, the addition of Boostic, again, one of these young guns that's coming out and putting out constantly is going to be making these plays tomorrow. So I think Na'Vi is one of those teams, especially since Twisted Minds is off the board tomorrow, that's going to come out and have a chance to really run the lobby aggressively.
Yeah, and obviously we've got Team Falcons. You know, Tiggs and Kickstart, arguably the most mechanically insane duo coming into the mix as well. Coming off of a EWC win in 2024, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
So they're going to be wanting to obviously bring that home. And if I were to bring in like the club championships into the mix as well, guys, and this is to throw in Twisted Minds as well. Twisted Minds are doing incredibly well for their club championship. And Falcons, I feel like PUBG, guys, you might need to pick it up for them a little bit.
And historically, they could count on the Falcons, right, in PUBG because of the fact that they won Gamers 8, different org, but then they went to the Falcons and they won again anyways, right? And so that's exactly why Falcons are counting on this PUBG squad to come in and actually lay down the points.
I mean, if they can make sure their communication is clean and their calls are succinct, they've got, like you said, they've got Tiggleton and Kick on the call has been looking really good. Gustav, huge addition to this roster that has changed the way that they play. And Himsy, just one of the most dependable players in all of North America.
Gustav a new player, by the way, but not new to PUBG, guys. Just he was new to the roster, so please understand that joke.
It's okay. I mean, we'll get a chance to talk about a lot of this squads coming in from Group C tomorrow. And don't forget, set your alarms. You want to tune in to PUBG Battlegrounds at EWC 26 because tomorrow it'll be Group A versus Group C. See y'all tomorrow.